Good evening and welcome to this planning meeting. It's now 6 o'clock and I would like to start the meeting. My name's Mike Fletcher. I will be chairing the meeting tonight. I'd like to remind everybody present that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded for publication on the Council's website. There are no planned fire alarms this evening, so if anything does go off, we are asked to evacuate the building using the nearest available exit. So I think for our audience it's that one, and for us it's whichever one feels like it's nearest. And then we congregate at the assembly point outside the college, which is down there. So item 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence. We've received apologies from Councillor Jones. We received any other apologies?
All right, Peggy.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Just quickly, I've just recently got something from Councillor Maney sending apologies. She's unable to make it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, that's minuted. Thanks, Tom. Item 2 on the agenda, items of urgent business. I've not agreed any items of urgent business. Item 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Does anybody have any declarations of interest to make regarding any of the items we're discussing tonight? No? Okay. Item number 4, declarations of receipt of correspondence and or any meetings or discussions held. Does anybody want to, Russell?
I've had 2 emails from Adam Beckford from Pearman Homes. I think we've all had those, I imagine.
I think that'll be a full house. Great. Yeah. Thanks, Russell. Appreciate that. Any other correspondence or anything received by anybody? Any meetings? No. Great. Thank you. Right. Item 5 on the agenda is planning appeals. And Jonathan, may I ask you to present that one?
Thank you, Chair. So the majority of the appeals were dismissed this month. There's a variety in terms of an enforcement notice, a Greenbelt site, and a couple of other sites in terms of parking matters, but there's nothing particular to raise unless members have queries.
Thanks, Jonathan. Anybody, any questions for Jonathan on that item? Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, yes, Tom.
We recently had one in Little Fat Rectory that was, I think it was up for approval, but we refused it. Is that one in here? Sorry, I'm just looking through the pages.
Yeah, that's the one on page 7 to 8.
Sorry.
Yeah, page 7 to 8, the RG Coal site, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Chair, look, it's not often that it happens that we sort of go against an officer's recommendation and that stands up on appeal. I think with that particular site, I think aesthetically it was nice, but obviously on the evening we felt that I think boundaries were being hit too often. So, yeah, a little bit of a victory on that one, but yeah, I understand how the officers come to that recommendation. I think it was a very close call. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so item number 6. Now, item number 6 was meant to be the former Kids R Us on Arisdale Avenue in South Ockenden.
Yeah.
This application has been withdrawn. The applicants want to make some further considerations, so they have asked for us to withdraw it from tonight's
so Brooklyn
meeting.
Kennels is next.
Which means that we move on to item 7, which is Brooklyn Kennels. And Nina, I believe you're going to be presenting this one for us.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for the presentation. Bear with me. Good evening, Chair and members. This application relates to a site in Horndon-on-the-Hill, located east of the village settlement in a rural area. The road running along the western boundary is Blackbush Lane, and the road running along the north of the site is Robinson Road. The site has a historic use as a former greyhound kennel facility which includes dog runs, kennels and other associated buildings, and a single detached chalet-style dwelling which is to be retained. The aerial image shows the extent of the application site, with the existing built form largely located towards the western side of the site. The eastern part of the site largely remains undeveloped. The site is set within the Metropolitan Greenbelt, where limitations on development apply. In terms of the MPPF, the site is considered as previously developed land due to the buildings that exist across large parts of the site. However, the site is not considered as grey belt through previously developed land route, as not all of the site is considered as being previously developed. There are two routes available for defining grey belt land. The second relates to not strongly contributing to parts A, B and D of paragraph 143 of the MPPF. With respect to purpose A, which relates to preventing unrestricted sprawl, the site is visually and physically contained and would not contribute strongly to this purpose. Purpose B, preventing towns merging. The site is remote from other towns, sits outside of the village, and so does not strongly contribute to this purpose. Purpose D, preserving the setting of historic towns. This purpose is not relevant as there are no historic towns within Thurrock. This concludes that the site meets the definition of grey belt, as the site does not strongly contribute to these purposes. For greater context, this aerial image shows the village of Horndon-on-the-Hill set to the southeast of the site, where clustered development is visible. The application site falls outside of the village settlement. This was confirmed at an appeal decision in January 2021. At
Hillcrest Road,
which lies to the east of the, which lies to the north of the application site, closer to the village, but where the inspector determined that the site fell outside of the village boundary.
Where the where we take our scooters for
across the application
down the back
site,
bit.
Where the proposal includes the construction of 9 detached 2-storey dwellings, all with detached garages.
Yeah, I know it. Oh, who's calling? Who's calling?
Apparently we are having slight issues with our internet, so please internet. So please bear with us. We'll be back on in a second.
So someone's calling in. Someone's calling in, I think. Yeah, that Blackbush, it's the old public footpath.
Yeah, we're just connecting again. Won't be too long.
Yeah, it's the old public footpath that goes from east to west of West Horndon or East Horndon and not West Horndon, Horndon-on-the-Hill. It's that section there. So basically that way. Oh no, missed it now. But that bit that going that way is home, and that bit going that way is towards
This slide
Dorset.
shows the built form at the site specifically associated with the former greyhound kennel in use. Built form includes several kennel blocks, areas of hard standing, ancillary buildings, and a raised dog training pool. Land to the eastern part of the site remains open and undeveloped. This slide shows the elevations of one of the larger buildings on site, and again an elevation of some of the other.
You'll have to let us know if any adverts pop up, because I've hopefully turned them off, because there's nothing on there that shows I've got adverts on there.
On site, You will note that some of
says
these are
start
quite
a
modest
break.
in
It doesn't
coverage
say
and
anything
are
about
considered
adverts, so
more
I'm not going to
sheds,
press start a
but
break.
all existing buildings are of a single story.
So if any adverts come up, let us know. I'll try and find a way of stopping them.
Here you can see the existing gated entrance to the site when viewing from Blackbush
That's it.
Lane.
I've took the scooter
The
down that
existing
road.
dwelling is visible
Bleeding
beyond
dog
the gates
comes running
on
out
this
again.
ground.
That's it, that road, yeah.
Here are images again taken from Blackbush Lane looking north.
Yeah, there's dogs at that gate.
The street image looks north with the dwelling visible in the distance to the right of the image. This is another image looking north at Blackbush Lane. The junction of Robinson Road can be seen in the distance. Whilst the site is grey belt, it is considered inappropriate development in the grey belt by virtue of failing to comply with paragraph 155C, which requires sites to be in a sustainable location. It is noted that the road is unlit, single track,
Yeah, it is. She's right.
Without any footpaths.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we got to go in the road.
This is a view of Blackbush Lane looking south, which eventually leads onto Alsip Road. The nearest footpath is a 900-metre walk at Hillcrest Road. Bus stops are located in High Road, operating a Grays to Tilbury service running Monday to Sunday at 2-hour intervals between 6:55 a.m. and 6:50 p.m. The nearest primary school is also sited along Hillcrest Road, with a GP surgery located at the south end of High Road, close to the junction with Alsip Road. The street image here is taken looking south, with Blackbush Lane to the right and Robinson Road leading off to the left. Robinson Road is also an unlit single-track road. Whilst there is a kennels facility at the site, this is an historic use and the site is currently vacant. The proposal would generate traffic associated with 9 family houses, as well as the existing families living there. The sustainable location of the site is a material consideration as detailed in the MPPF. This slide shows images of the existing dwelling, which is to be retained. It shows parking area to the front of the house, the rear garden, and then rear elevations of the dwelling. These images have been taken from inside the site and show some of the existing dog runs and existing fencing. Again, taken from inside the site, these images show existing stable blocks and some of the other buildings currently present at site. And here is the raised dog training pool, as can be seen. This application has been submitted following pre-application engagement with the applicant. The pre-application sought advice on the erection of 7 dwellings in the blue-lined area that you can see on this plan. Officers' advice was that 7 dwellings would be too high a number for the site area, and the layout would appear overly urban and in an unsustainable location. The red line shows the extent of the larger site currently being considered under this full application. This site area proposes the erection of 9 detached dwellings. The MPPF defines major development as follows: for housing development where 10 or more homes will be provided, or the site has an area of 0.5 hectares or more. This reflects the legislation in the Development Management Procedure Order. As a result, the proposal is a major development where paragraphs 156 to 157 apply in terms of the requirement to meet all of the golden rules, which include at least 50% affordable housing. Of direct relevance is a recent appeal decision at the Downs, Elms Lane, Balfen, which was dismissed on the 19th of February this year. That appeal related to the erection of 1 single dwelling on a site of 0.6 hectares.
They're asking it to be refused.
That the site
The
was a
chief
major
planning
development
officer
as per
authorised
the
it to be
NPPF,
refused.
required to meet the golden
Right, and
rules.
that's a refusal.
As the development did not
that they're
provide
going
this,
through
it
now.
failed to meet the requirements of the NPPF under paragraph 155D.
Hello.
That same appeal
Leave my
also
heart to know.
concluded that the appeal site was in an unsustainable location,
Houses
and
for
it is known
whom?
to be
Yeah,
Elms
exactly.
Lane, which is a similarly narrow rural lane with no footways or street lighting. The inspector advised these
Yeah,
characteristics
erection, yeah.
limit the opportunities for safe pedestrian or cycle access.
I have an erection.
This recent appeal decision is a material consideration in the assessment of this application in terms of sustainability and the site being a major development needing to meet the golden rules. As the application is inappropriate development in the grey belt, very special circumstances are required. The applicant provided a case of very special circumstances which have been considered in full in the table shown in the report on page 63. Whilst the acute housing land supplier is given significant weighting, all other factors put forward have limited, very limited, or no weighting. Consequently, the applicant's case does not clearly outweigh the harm caused by virtue of the inappropriate development.
If they come on, let us know.
Elevations and floor plans for house type 1 can be seen here. There would be 3 of these dwellings across the site, each with 3 bedrooms and a detached garage.
Exactly.
House type 2, again elevations and floor plans. 4 of these would be across the site, again with detached garages. House type 3, there would be 2 of these across the site, again with detached garages. The current site access would be repositioned and moved slightly north to provide one single access, serving both the existing dwelling and those proposed.
Where the HMO is now in Victoria
layout of the site,
I mean, you had a choice
where an internal loop road is proposed.
2 sandstone,
each dwelling would have its own
brick,
driveway leading to garages and parking
all of
areas,
them are brick.
which would comply with parking standards.
These ones
Each
look
dwelling
like
would
wooden
provide
ones, these do,
policy-compliant number of parking spaces. While the layout provides an adequate level of private garden space, there are concerns about the close siting of the dwellings in the layout, which would appear overly urban in design. Whilst the site falls within the green belt and is assessed as being grey belt land, the proposal is defined as inappropriate development in the grey belt due to its unsustainable location. The surrounding roads are unlit and single track with no nearby bus stops.
I do agree.
This is the first reason for refusal. Major development has 2 thresholds, either 10 or more dwellings on a site area of 0.5 hectares or greater, regardless of the number of dwellings. The application site covers 0.68 hectares and is therefore deemed as a major development as per the definition in the NPPF. No affordable housing is proposed and the development does not comply with the golden rules, which is contrary to the NPPF and policy CSTP.
I've got a golden rule.
By virtue of the close siting of the plots and the general arrangement, the layout of the site is not in keeping with the character of the semi-rural location. This is also included as a reason for refusal. Very special circumstances have been put forward by the applicant, but these do not outweigh the harm caused. The application is therefore recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Nina. Before we get into any questions you might have for Nina, we received 3 statements. The first statement, which was a statement of objection from Linda Sleet. Now, Linda is not able to attend tonight, so I just wanted to check, have you had the opportunity to read her statement? Okay, so please take that one into account. And I'll move on then to the second statement, which is a neutral statement provided by Ward Councillor Barry Johnson, and it can be found on pages 2 to 3 of the statement book.
Neutral.
Barry, if you'd like to come down and read your statement, please. Thank you.
Neutral statement, really, yeah. You know, I'm for it, I'm against it. I'm for it, I'm against it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for a chance to speak. As a ward councillor, I'm very aware I cannot get involved in neighbour disputes. However, the 8 letters of objection and 9 in support of this application make it very clear that feelings are not just one-sided here. Therefore, I need to make it clear that my statement is more of a neutral nature, but with a strong recommendation for members to consider its appropriateness at a time when government legislation makes it clear we're in need of more housing. The report is very clear that this land is grey belt and therefore not inappropriate, with the officer recommendation for refusal relying on sustainability and golden rules. One of those golden rules is the provision of affordable homes, and I cannot sit here and argue that provision of affordable housing is evident. However, members should note that national policy would normally seek affordable housing contributions from developments of 10 dwellings or more. So this application clearly falls below that threshold. And I think I should remind all members that not all numbers of affordable homes offered are always achieved from larger developers anyway. This is a very low density site, especially compared to the recent denser application in Hillcrest Road horse paddocks, which is only some 300 metres away, where approval was recommended by officers for 49 dwellings only last month. This site is not open countryside and is previously developed land. So it does bring back an unused space to a usable space for the families that could live there in a contained and not readily visible from the road site, looking to preserve as much of the local landscape as possible. And while it is agreed that the area is very car reliant, I would suggest that the traffic from the proposed homes could be far less than the historical use of greyhound kennels with owners and trainers coming and going. And provision of the loop road within the site could greatly improve access. If, and this is what I'm asking members to consider, if we do accept that Thurrock is in need of housing as per government guidelines, and the villages should play their part in this provision, then this site is perhaps an acceptable compromise. And I would urge members to consider the officer's recommendations and satisfy themselves that the recommendation fully reflects the updated national position regarding grey belt policy. I do thank you for your time, and I reiterate, as a ward councillor, I do not approve of inappropriate building within our precious green belt. But at the same time, I believe proper scrutiny of applications to be a central part of Thurrock being able to retain its planning powers. This site could hold probably 30 to 35 houses. So I dread to think what could happen if this site isn't given proper consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Any questions of a factual nature for Barry, please? I just knocked 20 years off you, mate. Anybody? Any questions? All clear? Okay, well, thanks, Barry. Appreciate that. And you can please regain your seat. And finally, on this one, we have a statement of support, which has been provided by Adam Beckford, who is the applicant, and which can be found on pages 3 to 5 of the speaker statement booklet. Adam, would you like to come down and present your statement?
Good evening, members. My name is Adam Beckford. I live locally in Langland Hills and run Piermont Homes, a small family house builder, delivering homes across Thurrock using local trades, contractors and suppliers. This application is being brought forward by a local builder who lives and works in this area and cares about the places that we build in. Over the last few years, we have delivered a number of small developments locally, including homes at Morley Hill, Branksome Avenue and Rookery Hill, and we are currently building 5 bungalows on Fobbing High Road. I want to briefly talk about what this site actually is, because sometimes planning reports can make places sound very different from how they really are on the ground. This is not open countryside, or a horse paddock, or a farmer's field. It is a fully enclosed, long-established commercial kennel site with kennel buildings, dog runs, fencing, and large areas of high standing already covering the land. For many years, it has operated as a working business, with people coming and going throughout the day.
I can't believe work it out.
What we are proposing is simply to replace that commercial use with 9 well-designed homes within a landscape setting, removing the operational clutter and consolidating the buildings into something that sits far more comfortably within the surrounding area. Turning briefly to the planning position, the Council's own report confirms that the site does not strongly contribute to the purposes of the Greenbelt and therefore can be considered grey belt. It also confirms that Thurrock currently only has 1 year of housing supply. I would also note that all technical consultees, highways, drainage, flood risk and ecology have reviewed the scheme and none have raised an objection. The refusal recommendations really comes down to two issues: sustainability and the so-called golden rules.
Yeah.
On sustainability, this site has operated for years as a commercial kennel business with staff, trainers, owners, deliveries travelling to and from the site regularly. It's difficult to see how that level of commercial activity can be acceptable here, but 9 family homes would somehow be unsustainable. Horndon is a village, and like most villages, some reliance on cars is simply the reality of rural living. In environmental terms, the scheme also delivers clear benefits. The landscaping includes the planting of over 100 new trees alongside habitat creation, ecological enhancements, alongside solar panels, heat pumps and electrical vehicle charging points. Finally, as a local SME builder, we do not land bank sites. If permission is granted, we can start building quickly and deliver these homes within around 12 months. This proposal is simply 9 well-designed homes on previously developed land that is all recognised as grey belt. Thurrock clearly needs more homes, and this is a small deliverable scheme that can be built quickly. I'm not a national developer, I'm a local builder. Projects like this genuinely matter to businesses like ours, to the local tradespeople we employ, and to the people who want the chance to live in communities they come from. So I respectfully ask members to support this application. And I thank you for my time.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions of a factual nature for Adam?
Yeah, when's the pub open?
No, okay. Thanks very much. You may go back to your seat. Okay, so now we'll go back to the presentation from Nina. So who would like to, or firstly, does anybody have any questions for Nina? Russell.
It's just one question in relation to how the site is defined. Trying to get my head around things. It looks like brownfield site. So why has brownfield not been mentioned at all when we're mentioning grey belt and green belt? Because it's a previously developed location. Could that not also be defined as brown belt? If that could be explained to me, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, if I may. The report and the presentation do refer to the partially previously developed nature of the site. So it is partially previously developed land, but policies and case law are quite clear that that doesn't necessarily mean the entirety of the site would be considered or to reasonably constitute previously developed land, but that is considered in the report. And as not all of the site is previously developed land, we have said it's not grey belt through that pathway, but we have accepted it's grey belt through the other pathway, which is purposes A, B, and D. And I think it's probably worth making quite clear here that for land to become grey belt through that pathway, it's actually quite easy to get there if you're an isolated site within the green belt. And that's why we have the checks in paragraph 155 of the MPPF, where you have to satisfy every criterion within that paragraph, including whether or not it's sustainably located. Because otherwise, isolated pockets of development could happen throughout the entire greenbelt. And King's Farm was the public inquiry last year, 700 homes, which was essentially a very large field in the middle of the greenbelt. That was agreed to constitute grey belt land. And the point is, when it comes to assessing applications like this, we need to be very clear that if you don't go through every criterion within paragraph 155, including the sustainability of a site, then it sets a dangerous precedent with regards to how you could then look at other
setting a
sites within the middle of
benchmark,
the
isn't
greenbelt,
it?
because like I say,
It makes me a
if I
bit
pick a
mad,
site in
all
the
these
middle of the greenbelt,
benchmarks that
it's
they've
much
got to
easier
set.
to get to that grey-belt
After all this
status
crap
than
with
actually
bloody
picking
all
some
sit that
sites
you'll hear
potentially
about
adjacent
later.
to an urban area. And that's why
Yeah.
we always need to make sure we go through every one of those criteria within paragraph 155.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was referring to brownfield site. You know, it's a previously developed site within that location. Does that not come into brownfield also?
Brownfield land and previously developed land are the same thing for the purposes of the MPPF.
Oh.
Thanks, Russell. Thanks, Council. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. So last month, obviously, we had the Glass House retreat, and that was obviously a recommendation for refusal. But it's generally considered anything under 10 homes doesn't necessarily have to provide affordable housing. But we're looking at this target here of anything over 0.5 hectares should provide affordable housing. But my understanding was the Glass House retreat was bigger than 0.5 hectares. So my question would be, was there any particular reason why that wasn't up for refusal last month if they were over 0.5? It was the refusal last month.
It was actually, the recommendation for that one was also refusal.
What, but it was?
For the Glass House retreat, yeah.
But not for affordability. So what I'm saying is the Glass House retreat were not requested by officers to provide affordable housing, even though it was over 0.5. So I think it was just a general question. Why was they not under the same scrutiny? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Ash wants to come in on that one. It's a good question.
Yeah, so it was up for recommendation for refusal with respect to the 0.5. Hopefully members recall during the Q&A and debate sort of made the point that members needed to give the affordable housing need weight in their decision making, and in that particular application members of the committee were satisfied that the need for development was sufficient and granted permission without the need for the affordable housing, but it was covered during the debate.
Yeah, thank you. And I remember that. It's actually one of the reasons why I raised it, but it was just on this report, it's a reason for refusal. And last month it was not a reason for refusal. So it was just, I'm still trying to get my head around that one. And then the next question, it might be hard to answer, but there was a suggestion here. What I'm finding with these sites, Chair and officers, is if the developers, the larger ones, meet that 50% affordable criteria, they're normally now up for approval, like we've seen 300 metres up the road. So I'm not sure if you can answer it. Is it plausible that in 8 months' time, we're looking at an application on this site, what is it, I don't know how many hectares, but you could easily fit about 30 homes on this site. Could we plausibly be looking at a situation where it's recommendation for approval if they reach?
So he's looking. So basically, what he's saying is he's looking at the footprint.
Judging its own merits. I think
he's actually asking for the footprint to be changed.
Criteria is met. We could be looking at anything. So
like with Victoria Road, you know, how many houses can you get on that?
Sorry, yes, if I may, Chair. So thank you for that.
There's
two things there. One, in terms of potential density,
and it goes back to Allstate again. You know, they pushed the boundaries on that one, didn't they?
Proposed reason for refusal here that actually it's out of keeping with the surroundings.
Yeah, so keeping with the surroundings.
Obviously, density varies throughout the borough. If you're in a rural location, you expect development to get less dense as you go out towards the countryside.
Yeah.
And
I understand
the primary reason this is well, one of the main reasons for refusal is it is not a sustainable location for development.
Yeah, right.
So increasing the quantum of development on the site to potentially propose 50% affordable housing, that then ticks a box for the golden rules, but it doesn't change the point that it's not a sustainable location for development. And also the quantum of development at a more denser level than is being proposed in this application, if you just follow that through, it would likely form a reason for refusal. We would not be predetermining an application, but predicated on what we've got in front of us tonight.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Tom. Any further questions? Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Nina, despite the IT playing up. So when the sustainability, my assumption, and I think I kind of read it in there, is the fact that the distance this is from any kind of public transport, that's predominantly the issue. Therefore, there is the only means of transport is walking or driving a car down unlit roads.
Yeah, or mobility scooter. I've been down there that road
right in
many a
assuming
time
that
on my
that's the
mobility
sustainability
scooter.
issue?
If I can, I might go down there one day and show you it. If there's internet down there, that is.
So, yeah, sustainability is covered in the MPPF, and it should ensure that the occupiers can walk and cycle routes without the need to rely on vehicles. So when it's in an unsustainable location such as this, it wouldn't be safe for families, young children, etc. to walk on unlit roads and footpaths, and there would be a reliance on vehicles.
We've put the lights on down there as well because of
That's great, thank you. I just wanted to be clear that I'd grasped that properly as these things crop up from time to time. But thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any further questions for anybody? Shrikant.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Nina, for the presentation. I have a question about that one. Thurrock is like we are far behind based on the national policy, like 5 years land we need to deliver. But Thurrock is like in a 1 year. So why didn't we consider based on that one national planning policy guidance saying that effective use of land we can take into consideration and housing and supply delivery? These are the important points as per the national planning policy. So why didn't we consider those points? Because 3 to 4 bedroom is like a more demand in Thurrock Borough. So just I'm asking question.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, so absolutely, our housing land supply is something we often
did anyone understand that
we
question?
fully accept that it's far below where it needs to be. But ultimately, at the same time, it
I
shouldn't be
understand what
that
it is about
we
3 and
then
4
commit
bedroom
what we
houses.
consider
Yeah, I
to be
understand that, but
unsustainable development, inappropriately located, which, like I say,
did anyone
in a
understand
relatively isolated pocket, which could apply to many greenbelt sites throughout the borough. And for that reason, it has been deemed, although we put substantial weight to the need for housing, that doesn't outweigh the harm that's been identified.
Thank you for the answer. I have one more question. As per the applicant, that what he mentioned that that is land is not used. So, and also they are providing enough car parking, like a garage for the each and every property. So when the residents, they have a garage, Thurrock is already reliable on cars only. So in that case, why didn't we consider that one?
Oh, can't
so
they?
Again, just going back to our own planning policies and national policy, it's very clear sustainable development, directing new housing, new commercial to the most sustainable locations. And it's a hierarchy, so we should look at walking, cycling, all those things first, active travel before we look to the car. But if you have a development which is exclusively, say, at night time, car dependent, because there is no footpath to this site, there are no lit routes to this site to walk, then inevitably you will become car dependent, which is contrary to national and local planning policy. And again, it's this kind of approach which we need to be very careful about, because it could be an endorsement of very isolated sites which are wholly reliant on the car, which doesn't accord with our policies or national policy. So we accept that the car parking requirements have been met, but it's the need to make the site sustainable through other means than the car, which is where policy is very clear
on. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Shrikant. And
yeah, true,
anybody else? Any questions, or shall we move on to the debate? I'm going to take that as a yes. So who would like to start, please? Kathy.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just to say, it's very similar to the glasshouse application, it seems to me, and I agree it isn't sustainable, and you wouldn't want to live there as a family if you just can't get out, if you don't drive. So, yeah, I will agree with the officer recommendation, and I think it would be a dangerous precedent. You can just build in any isolated corner, because that's what we're trying to move away from in general policy, this car dependency. So yeah, I'll agree with the officers. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Anybody else? Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Slightly different to that. I think that in the grand scheme of things, if you are going to develop in rural areas, this is probably more appropriate given what we've been asked to approve in recent months, actually. I do think the smaller developers are being pushed out slightly because ultimately, you know, they do not have the capital to compete with the big developers. In terms of sustainability, personally, I think the jury's out on that one. 300 metres up the road, we were told a few months ago that you can build 49 homes in a rural location with one bus service. When you think about the amount of car movements that one development's going to bring, it's absolutely nothing on this. People will know on this site what they're moving on to. Look, ultimately, it's not all about being able to walk or use a bike. People choose to use cars if they choose to do that. So for me, I think we've got issues on planning now. I think the jury's out on these schemes. I think I saw an article in the press recently where you look at the decisions that have been made on Fobbing Road. It's almost borderline flip a coin as to whether it's approval or refusal. That's not up to the officers. I think they've got a very difficult job with the MPPF at the moment. So, as I said, if you're going to build in rural, I think these are the sorts of sites.
Yeah, you wouldn't get social housing around there, Sally.
Next to an estate
it's
like
too poshy.
I do appreciate it's not the dog's kennel at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this site it's safer than, say, some of the other sites nearby, say on the A128, where they're very secluded sites on quite a busy road, the A128. This area, it's in a country lane, and for years people have lived in the countryside where they've learnt to walk safely. At night time, they may well carry a torch or wear bright visible clothing. There are also people use these lanes to ride horses and cycle on.
Yeah, and mobility scooters.
And when I visited the site the other day, there was a gentleman using it to run up and down the road. He didn't express any fear about using the road. So I just think it's a bit of an excuse that we're not allowed to have cars in the future. You know, that we must adopt this plan that we all use buses or we have to cycle everywhere. So I'm in favour of the site because it will produce some very quality houses in a good part of Thurrock. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Russell. Any further comments? Anybody else want to chip in? Okay, right. So we will move on to the vote. Before we move on to the vote, so just to summarise, the officers are basically saying, yes, this is Greenbelt, and let's not worry about sort of which route they take. Yes, it is Greybelt. The issues that officers have with it are two. One is sustainability.
Yeah, they're for very posh people.
The other one is
leave my rights alone. They're sneaky around there.
The development not
meeting
the golden rule.
I used to take the scooters around there, they all look at you. What are you doing around here?
I would say
running my scooter out, mate.
Yes, I appreciate that the scale of the site is large enough to perhaps make it look like a large site, but 9 dwellings for me, if you were to insist on 9 dwellings being split 50-50, I think it would be highly unlikely that a development that would actually be economically viable for a smaller developer. So I think we need to be careful.
I bet they cut all the trees that are down there, though, so you can open it up. I mean, it does need cutting down there. It's all hedgerows, all bocage.
Developers through their greater ability to
so it is all
to provide that 50%.
Yeah.
As Barry mentioned,
Yeah,
yes,
all young ones down there, and older
we
people
agree.
who look after horses.
But
you know,
there's a big difference between 50% and zero. So I think you either, I think you're one
I
side of
got
the
the
line there or
horsey
the
out.
other. Either you feel that it is a major development, in which case it doesn't meet the requirements, or you feel that
I've got a Land Rover.
is not a major development. I'm personally inclined to sit that side of the fence. So yeah, I think there is a certain amount of I was going to say leeway, but I believe that's probably just about to be shut down because council is wants to have a quick word. So let me pass over to council.
Apologies, Chair. I should have probably helped out with this a bit earlier. Major development is
the horsey type,
defined in policy. So
I got a horse down there.
Decide that it doesn't. The site isn't more than 0.5 hectares, or you can decide that the site is fewer than 10 houses, and therefore it's not major development. But you can't accept that it is more than 0.5 hectares and also find that it is not major development. That would be misapplying the policy, which would be a legal error. So, obviously the final decision is entirely up to you, but it must be made on the basis that this is major development.
Thank you. So that is definitely not leeway. Tom.
Yeah, I know, and I think I've mentioned this before. I think sometimes on planning we with the best intentions, sometimes we come up sometimes with too many reasons for approval or refusal. All I would say on this particular scheme is the housing supply that is a significant weight, and it can easily be covered by that without overcomplicating things. It's just my view on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Shall we move to the vote? So the recommendation given
is to refuse.
Is that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to refuse planning permission for the development, subject to those reasons set out in section 16 of the report. Do I have a proposer? Steve. Seconder? Kathy. So all those in favour of the recommendation to refuse? All those against? Right. I believe that is one of those slightly uncomfortable occasions when the chair has the casting vote. So it's 4-3. I do apologise. Who did I miss?
Probably John Fox in the corner.
Yeah. I'm now going to slink back under my rock. It was in fact 4-3. Yes. I do not have eyes in the back of my head. That's my excuse. So, Carly, just to check, so that was 3-4, 4 against. So the recommendation to refuse falls. We now need a counter recommend.
Oh
dear God. Right.
So 4 voted in line with the recommendation.
Can I just check who voted in line with the recommendation? I did. Steve did. Right. So my apologies. The recommendation passes, and I need a new brain. Very sorry about that, folks. I completely,
what's the next one? Let's go on to the next one.
Completely misled you for a second there. Right. So that application is refused. We move on to item 8 on the agenda, which is Grays Riverside. And it's Lucy Mannion to present. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Just waiting for the presentation.
No, don't do it right. Oh, when's that one coming up? The Gewins is next, right? So once we get rid of this one, It'll be the kind of
Thank you, Chair. So this is a full application for full planning permission for redevelopment of Grays Riverside, which includes a number of elements. These are listed in part 3.1 of the officer report. These include various improvements to the park area with landscape and biodiversity measures, raised flood defence and new features such as an amphitheatre and stepped shingle planting area. So this is the site location plan. Grays Riverside is located south of Grays Town Centre, adjacent to the River Thames. The red line site area covers 2.5 hectares and is formed of the Riverside Promenade, which is a long stretch of riverside parkland and walkways which run the entire southern boundary of the site along the River Thames. The site also includes some of the south part of Kilvert's Field and adjacent footpath through the south and east of Grays Beach Riverside Park. The space is currently characterised by formal walkways, and it also supports a function of the Riverside flood defence. The application site is in flood zone 3, and to the east of the site is the Port of Tilbury. So this is an aerial photograph. So the site is, it's from the path alongside Kilvert's Field, and then along the riverside to here, and then up the Manor Way.
Yeah, there is a sea wall down there.
So this plan shows the proposed layout with improved infrastructure the whole length of the site. There are new notable features with an amphitheatre, which is central here, and either side of the amphitheatre there is a shingle landscaping feature, and this is fairly central within the application site. The proposed scheme is intended to rejuvenate the riverside and allow the public greater access to and improved use of the river frontage. The scheme also mitigates future flood risk by raising the flood defence wall. So this is a closer up plan, so more detailed, of the proposed amphitheatre, which also has a raised deck to the rear of this. This is to give a good viewing point of the river. So onto some photos. So this is Kilvert's Field viewed from Sherfield Road. So the application site starts around about here and follows what is already a designated footpath, but it improves this by having separate pedestrian and cycle ways, so formally, and that's along the whole of the route. This is facing the riverfront from Thames Road with the yacht club in the background. This is the riverfront area where the proposed amphitheatre would be, and that's facing east back towards Grays.
That's nice, isn't it?
And then
that's the bottom bit, isn't it?
Yeah, the top end should have shingle garden location, but facing the other way with the Port of Tilbury in the background.
Yeah, that's further down.
And then this is that same area, the proposed amphitheatre and shingle area from the present ground level. And this is what the view is from that proposed location. So to summarise, the proposal is for the refurbishment of Grays Riverside and is acceptable in principle, as it would enhance an existing open space and would improve public access to the area. The design is effective and there are acceptable impacts to to flood risk, amenity and ecology with appropriate conditions. To conclude, the recommendation is to approve the application for the reasons as set out in paragraph 15 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Lucy. So before we get to any questions for Lucy, we do have a statement of support from Jan Donovan, which can be found on pages 6 to 7 of the speaker statement booklet. Jan, if you're here, would you like to come down and talk us through your statement?
You get your 3 minutes.
Kylie will explain how the kit works.
Now press the old button on the left. When the red light comes, you can speak. When the red light goes off, you can't
have 3 minutes. We generally put a
4
clock
minutes.
up there, which Kylie will start, and then in your own time.
Did you say 3 minutes or 4 minutes?
Thank you, Chair,
3
members
minutes,
of the committee, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the applicant, Thurrock Council, in support of the proposals for Grey Riverside. This application delivers a major part of the Grays Town investment plan to reconnect the town with the River Thames through improved public spaces, better access and high quality environmental improvements. The primary purpose of this project is to reconnect the community with nature and the river, supporting a range of social benefits, increasing footfall, improving safety along the riverfront and reducing antisocial behaviour. It will improve flood defences, protecting against storm tides and increasing flood resilience. The proposals introduce new hard and soft landscaping, better surfacing and redesigned routes that create a more coherent, attractive and a more accessible riverside environment. The benefits of the scheme are wide-ranging. Firstly, the proposals create much stronger connections between key parts of the riverfront, Kilvert's Field, Grays Beach Riverside Park and the promenade will be opened up and linked through widened paths, step-free access points and clear wayfinding. Barriers such as overgrown vegetation and outdated fencing will be removed, allowing the public to enjoy long, uninterrupted routes along the waterfront. Secondly, the scheme will provide significantly improved public realm. The new amphitheatre provides a flexible event space that will support community activities, performances and informal gatherings. Additional seating, viewing points and a more inviting river edge will encourage people to spend more time in the area. Thirdly, the proposals offer significant environmental benefits. The landscape strategy introduces native planting, strengthens green corridors, supports wildlife-friendly habitats, and enhances the existing vegetated shingle beach, measures that are supported by Natural England. Finally, the proposals play a vital role in improving long-term resilience to flooding. The raised flood defence wall, designed at 7.5 metres, will protect this part of Grays against future tidal flooding. Both the EA and the local flood authority support these measures. In summary, there is a well-considered and carefully designed scheme that not only improves the functionality and appearance of Grays Riverside, but also delivers substantial environmental, social and safety benefits for residents, visitors and future generations. On behalf of the applicant, I respectfully invite members to support the officer recommendation and approve the application. That completes my speech. I would say that my colleague Graham Gathergood is here. He's from Beckett Rankin and would be able to answer any of the technical questions regarding the flood risk and the wall. If it's okay, he comes down.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Thank you.
So, members of the committee, do you have any factual questions for Jan? Russell.
Good evening, Jan. Just thank you for your report there. Could you explain your relationship with the council? That's not clear to me at this moment in time.
Yes, of course. I'm from Rolford Planning. We're planning agents, and we were instructed by Thurrock to lead the pre-application and planning applications. So Thurrock Council is our client.
This area I know fairly well, being a previous member of Thurrock Yacht Club, where I organised many litter picking events together with a charity called Thames 21. So I know the area needs improving, and anything that improves the area is, I think, fantastic, because a lot of drinking and drug abuse goes along that section. So I'm hoping we'll design that out and possibly not encourage it. Is there any inclusion of any CCTV systems in this plan?
Yes, all the way along the waterfront and the two pathways through that lead to the town centre, all are part of the CCTV, will be covered by CCTV and will be linked to the town centre monitoring system.
Yeah.
So there'll be all new lighting and
who's paying for the CCTV?
That monitors that whole area to improve or reduce antisocial behaviour.
Thanks, Russell. Erin?
And just to confirm, is this the money being spent via the Grays Towns Fund?
Oh, it's not John Fox.
Yes, that's correct.
The other bloke. It looked like John Fox on there, didn't it?
You'll be liaising with the members.
I apologise. It's not John Fox. That's
absolutely. It's all part of the funding regime.
Oh God, that's that Grays bloke, isn't it?
Agreed.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Erin. Any other questions for Jan? She'd like to come in.
Okay, so just a point of clarification. So in the presentation, my colleague referenced amphitheatre. Can you just clarify for members of the committee what that means?
So the amphitheatre is an outdoor shared space, essentially. So it has steps that lead down to the foreshore, and it's an area that can be used for seating in the daytime.
Well, it's the same as a backhand as regarding this all-seat thing that's coming up now.
And it's just a way of activating
a couple of agendas time
the waterfront for different uses and to attract
News was talking about
members of the public to use it for different forms.
It's been going back and forth now for a long time, that one has in all sit.
I can give a bit of a brief overview. It's a more aesthetic way, really, to bridge the height difference from the top of the river wall to the foreshore level. At the moment, what you've got is a slope that goes up and over the wall. The amphitheatre is an alternative method where you are both, it's got sloped access but also stepped access from the rear of the wall down, which creates this kind of terraced platform area, which is what we've termed the amphitheatre. Each of those that's made up of a set of concrete steps, but it's also including sections with fill and that can be vegetated to improve the general landscaping.
A bit racist.
Thank you, Chair. I have a query about that. What is the capacity of the open theatre, this one? Audience capacity?
You've got me on that one. I'm not sure. It's not a very big amphitheatre. We're not talking about the Menac in Cornwall. It's a small area that can be used, and it connects to the deck. And so essentially, it's probably 40, 50 people. It's a petite size.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ash. And then Steve.
So the reason I wanted to raise that with members is just so they're clear. So when my understanding, and perhaps Bernice could come forward as the applicant, but my understanding is that this application is not a kind of theatre application. These are steps to the river, okay? And I think the description of amphitheatre in that sense may have it is described in the application as amphitheatre, but
bloody hell, they can't even get that right.
To the river, so
what are they saying in the first place? If they're now pulling back from what they're saying?
Bernice perhaps could come down as the applicant, please introduce
yourself,
Bernice, and just talk members through that so they're clear what they're considering.
What the hell is going on here?
Hi, everyone. The amphitheatre itself is just for a stand-up performance, very small, intimate.
So like Speaker's Corner. Come here, look at me.
Kind of a performance space. Would you like me to elaborate on it, or yeah?
I think they look quite clear on that, but thank you. We've got Steve and then Russell.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I understand the concept of an amphitheatre. What I'm trying to get my head around is I appreciate it's a seawall, and the seawall is going to be lifted. So on the river side of it, is that where the stepped area is, or is it on the land side of it? What's each side of the wall, effectively?
So you're not going to see out. Can people from the sea see the amphitheatre? That's what they're saying, isn't it?
On the land side of the seawall, and then we're partially kind of demolishing a kind of a gap within the seawall to allow that access through. So on the land side of it, we're ramping down, and then there's kind of a flat base which allows access through onto the existing foreshore level. It does mean we're then adding in essentially a new flood defence to loop around that area, to mean that the flood defence is continuous, because obviously demolishing a gap in it. So on the front side of it, you've got the natural foreshore. On the river side of it, on the land side of it, you've got this excavated ramp down. So it's ramped kind of parallel to the wall, and the stepped access is perpendicular down to it to kind of make this kind of half spherical.
So a bit like Coalhouse Fort.
No, that's fine. I was just trying to
understand where you go into it.
Whether, if you like, you were seated
into it to come up.
What you're calling the amphitheatre against the wall. Are you looking at the river, or are you looking at the land? And from what you're saying, you're looking at the river, and that's fine. And then there's an access way through. So the other side, apart from the access way, that then becomes part of the footpath and the sort of promenade area. You walk past it, or you can turn off through it. Yeah,
exactly. So you can walk, as you walk along the new frontage, you either go straight along, down a ramp, across the bottom and up the ramp again, or you can divert and go round to the top of the amphitheatre.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. Russell and then Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think you've agreed that there will be CCTV in there, but just a warning really regards that particular area. It is attractive currently for misuse, and it's possible that this could encourage even more misuse if we don't design into it the antisocial behaviour possibilities. So that's something I really would like you to look at, because the amount of times I've litter picked down there and dragged out shopping trolleys from the mud, etc., etc. This is a great opportunity to do something great, provided we can police it adequately.
Thanks, Russell.
Oh,
sorry, no.
I was just going to say the police officers have requested that this is all designed to secure by design. So I think there's a condition securing that anyway. So we'll have a detailed SOCO discussion throughout the delivery design and delivery stage.
Thanks, Jan. Tom.
Yep, just very quickly, I may have missed it in the presentation. This may be a question for officers. Do we have an artist's impression of what this would look like? I saw the bird's eye view, and we were asking a lot of questions. It's very basic stuff. What's it going to look like? Does anyone have that? Thank you.
I think that might be one for when we come back to Lucy, but so if we just allow Jan and Graham, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, the Bernice. If we don't have any more questions for them, then they can go back and sit in the more comfy seats, and we'll put that question to Lucy. Is that okay? Thank you very much. So Lucy, yes, is there any kind of artist's impression, or because I think we were we got clearer and then we got less clear. So is it possible to?
Okay, I'll just look at the design and access statement now, and yeah, I will let you know if there's any artist impressions.
They've all left, look.
Sorry, while we're waiting for that, does anybody have any other questions for Lucy? I don't want you to draw your question, no, Aaron.
Harley, can you give me access but not on the presentation? Is that possible on Teams? Oh.
Oh, is that it?
Sorry. So this is the design and access statement. So here's a image here, Councillor Kelly. It's not of the I can't even say the word, the public space, but this is of so there's the public arts area, and then a kind of shingled terrace landscaped area to either side. So this is looking adjacent to one of those. So it shows the separate pedestrian and cycle areas. I can just flick through, see if there's any more.
Oh yeah, they just showed that. Yeah, they just showed the barrier, a big black barrier that's around there.
This is a slightly, I don't know how much use it will be, but a slightly more 3D image. Oh, right.
God, this is a bit rushed, isn't it? Why don't they look into this stuff before? Oh, yeah, there's that flood barrier. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I've seen that flood barrier. God, this is boring. I should have even gone through this before presenting it.
Yeah, looks like that first artist image
Note
is
to
the only
self,
one
guys,
we've got at the moment, I'm afraid.
Get this sorted before you presentate it.
So I think the short answer is that we can't really show in great detail what that amphitheatre looks like, but we know now that it faces out towards the water.
You haven't got a hope in
and then it's possible to go down and through it or up and round it. Is that? Yeah, you can choose either.
Yes, yeah. So you can walk on the raised footpath above it, or walk around it too.
Absolute joke, isn't it?
As we probably can't mine any more out of that, I'm going to suggest we move on. Any other questions for Lucy? Okay, so thanks, Lucy. I'd like to move on to the debate. Anybody got any particular thoughts, concerns, etc.? Steve.
Chair, thank you. I assume the Grays Towns Fund board have checked it out thoroughly and made sure it's exactly what they want.
Is it?
And basically, I'm in favour of acceptance.
Yeah, I don't liaise with the Grays Town board directly, so that's via our regeneration team, and Bernice is the project manager for this. So it would have, I think she has very, very regular discussions, and this will be what they're expecting to be put forward.
Thanks, Steve. Kathy, and then Aaron.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it looks a nice scheme, and just the amphitheatre looks ideal for that, a school class, something like that, for school trips. So I think, yeah, it could be.
Yeah, you didn't see the amphitheatre, so
Thanks.
can you say yes
Thanks,
if you
Kathy.
didn't
Aaron?
see it?
Thank you, Chair. Following on from Councillor Sisterson, it's a good scheme. It'd be good to see that part of Grays actually being regenerated and actually looking better than it currently does. So good scheme. Looking forward to seeing when it's finally done. So I will be voting in favour.
Thanks, Aaron. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it sounds a great scheme. The area needs improving, provided that there's CCTV to keep people safe, stop antisocial drinking, and plenty of bins as well, because I know there's a very active litter picking group down there, and if they can have plenty of bins to pick up other people's rubbish that will be dropped, and it's kept nice and clean and tidy, it'll be a great asset for Thurrock. Thank you.
So we've got the gearings
Thanks,
next.
Russell.
I
suppose, there's also might be a statement of the obvious, but there's also the important aspect that it's strengthening our sea defences. We are, I don't think, since I've lived here anyway, I don't think we've had particularly high water levels, but there's always the possibility, and the increasing the seawall level sounds like a sensible and safe move. So, anybody else? Great. Oh, yeah, Russell.
But just to help you on that point, Chair, my knowledge from the club is when they do close the Thames barrier because of high water, that the actual yacht club floods, and it floods right up to that barrier. So I don't think it's going to get any worse than that, but any improvements, a great idea.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think in that case, if nobody's got any further comments, we can move to the vote. Right. So the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions. Short recommendation. Do I have a proposer? Aaron. A seconder? Russell. And all those in favour? Yep. Okay, I think that was unanimous. So thank you very much. Recommendation is approved.
Okay, guys, it's the gearings now. Coinham.
Time are we?
15:15.
Right. We're okay to go on a bit further without a natural break?
Yeah.
Right. So item 9 on the agenda is the gearings. And may I ask David Stewart to present the item? David?
That's at the top of the
Thank
page,
you, Chair.
but
I'll just wait for control.
I'll put it in again. This is that one that you see me going around with on the scooter.
Okay.
On the
the
corner
reason for
in
this
Coinham.
and the next application appearing on committee tonight is that both are schemes proposed by Thurrock Council. And much of what I say actually can be applied to both schemes, so bear with me. This particular application is for the redevelopment of the site of 47 to 49 the Gearings.
Yeah.
It's on the corner of
Gifford's
Gearings
Cross
and Springhouse Road.
Yeah, and Gifford's Cross.
It was previously a site for accommodating 2 dwellings which were demolished last year under a separate permission. Together with a companion application for the former Prince of Wales site in South Ockenden, the development seeks to respond to an acute shortage of new affordable homes for local people, providing short-term, temporary and flexible accommodation. Both schemes take advantage of grant funding. As you can see, the site itself contained a pair of semi-detached dwellings set at an angle which complemented the dwellings on the opposite corner of Springhouse Lane. The current proposal is to increase the number of units on the site, and for the Gearings we have a scheme showing 3 3-bedroom terrace homes and a pair of 4-bedroomed houses. They are split, with the 4-bedroomed houses set further back than the terrace of 3. Generally, they align with the building line of the gearings. Parking is provided at the rear for 11 vehicles to serve the development, together with bin storage space within each rear garden, secure cycle storage within each rear garden, and a bin collection point at the rear of the parking area where my cursor is to allow refuse collections. In height, and I'll show you the elevations. The terrace of 3 units is 2-storey. The terrace, the semi-detached pair of units on the corner are 3 stories in height, but not for the full depth. Here you can see an image of the proposal. You'll immediately see that both are flat-roofed versions of the scheme. That slightly differs from the traditional pitch roofs on the remainder of the existing development. But officers see no particular problem with that element, particularly as it reduces the visual height of what is proposed. As a matter of principle, development on this site is supported by national and local plan policies. It's an urban site. It makes more efficient use of land and provides much needed affordable housing. The principal issues here relate largely to the scale and mass of the scheme on this prominent corner site, and I particularly refer to the 2 semi-detached units. The report outlines in some detail the innovative form of construction, which uses free prefabrication for all of the elements. And whilst this has led to some design features that cannot be altered, and which are discussed in more detail in the report, officers are satisfied overall that the development meets the requirements of PMD2 of the Thanet core strategy. And I'll show you a couple of views. These are both when the properties were still on the corner site. This is a view looking towards existing properties in the gearing, together with the 2 properties that are now demolished on the corner. The other view is from the Giffords Cross junction with Springhouse Road, again showing the dwellings as they were before they were demolished and facing that corner elevation. This is the first scheme that I've seen since I've been with the council that will deliver affordable housing. It's council-initiated scheme and will assist in meeting the urgent need for affordable accommodation, and I therefore recommend it for approval.
Thank you, David. Before we go to questions for David, we have a statement of support from Owen Phillips. Yeah. Owen is the agent for the development, and he's joined by Kelly Myers, who is a member of the council's development team. So in your own time, Owen, basically you need the light on the thing. Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you for the time in hearing me and considering our proposals. I'm Owen Phillips from Reds 10. We're the modular contractor who have worked up the proposals on behalf of Thurrock Council and the agent for the application. At Reds 10, we recognise the council's commitment to building high quality new homes, which includes investing in new council homes. In Thurrock, there's a demand for a range of housing types to respond to the housing needs of the area, so we've developed carefully considered proposals for both applications, the Gearings and the Prince of Wales, which we'll talk about later, that respond to the housing needs with the intention of providing a total of 14 brand new, 100% affordable, thoughtfully defined, thermally efficient and rapidly deliverable new homes. The Gearings site is located on the footprint of previously demolished houses, leaving the council with derelict land. Such sites can pose potential safety and security risks in their neighbourhoods and have been noted of concern by residents. Our proposals provide a positive economic investment in the local area, which responds directly to the concerns of the residents and the council's housing needs. The layout of the new homes looks to make best use of the sites, contributing to the local community, returning active frontages to the streets, improving residential oversight and enhancing neighbourhood security within the vicinity. Our site's on the intersection of two existing residential streets lined with terrace and semi-detached homes, making this location perfect for new family-sized homes, which maintains the previous site use and is consistent with land use allocation. Our proposed housing layout complements the existing housing pattern of the adjacent street, providing 5 new 2-, 3- and 4-bed homes, which are designed to reflect the local character, maintaining consistent scale and massing from the previously demolished homes and the homes of the surrounding area. The homes will be fully clad in brick, an attractive, robust finish common to the vicinity, and are coloured to match the surrounding homes, ensuring they fit neatly within the existing context. The homes continue the existing housing setback and street line of the Gearings, with front gardens and low-level boundary hedges to the street, providing safe natural street surveillance and legible access arrangements, with dedicated private car parking spaces and private gardens to the rear. The overall housing layout is arranged so that it provides adequate outlook to the front and back, with usable gardens without compromise to any overlooking distances or privacy expectations. The rear courtyard parking will provide adequate off-street parking in line with local standards and is designed to use existing site access openings so cars can enter and exit safely, avoiding any highway safety issues or overspill into surrounding streets. The design therefore ensures that the homes are provided with good levels of daylight and compliant amenity, green spaces and parking as required by local planning policies. An increasing number of local authorities are using modular housing to provide a meaningful solution to accelerate delivery of housing. Modular housing is typically much quicker to deliver than traditional build. At Reds 10, we can manufacture the modules required to create a single house in just 45 days, with site installation in a matter of days itself. Modular methods of construction produce a more consistently high quality build, given the quality control and environmental controls. They're more energy efficient, cheaper to run through the lifetime. Alongside this, the carbon footprint of the modular construction is far lower than traditional builds. Our proposal is intended to support the ongoing regeneration of council-owned land in the area and describe an exemplar volumetric solution that's contextually appropriate.
Thanks, Owen. So, committee members, any factual questions for Owen? Russell and then Kathy.
Good evening. Owen, thank you for your report. Are these designed with solar panels on the roof? And how will these properties be heated?
So there is no inclusion of solar panels on the roofs. We take a fabric first approach. So we're looking at the envelope of the building to deliver the energy performance of the building itself. All of the heating on this particular site is proposed to be through air source heat pumps. So there is no gas boilers essentially. So it'll be a wet heating system with an air source heat pump unit dedicated to each property. Each has their own individual system.
Thanks, Russell. Kathy?
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered if you, what the lifespan of these buildings would be.
So we designed to the same standards that a traditional house would be built to. So the design standards that exist for all builds for this nature would have a minimum design life of 60 years. And the modular system, we have an independent accreditation certification that is then used to make sure that we meet those requirements and mortgageability, those sorts of criteria moving forwards.
Thanks, Kathy. Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. Just, I appreciate it's a modular building, but the reasoning behind the flat roof, and I appreciate David was saying it was about trying to get the capacity in the building, I gather, but was that the only option, or was it more about just trying not to make it look too tall against its surrounding area?
So as part of the process of developing the design, we consulted with the planning officers and we had an ongoing discussion around context and how we make the development fit. We balanced the need for the occupancy levels to providing particularly the 4-bedroom occupancy as a need for Thurrock in terms of the type of property they're looking for. And as a result, went away from a pitched roof to control the massing of that corner building. And then therefore we've made the other building also have a flat roof so that there is some cohesive identity across the development.
No, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Steve. Any more questions for Owen? Okay, well, thanks both of you. You can... Sorry, Carly, what was that? Oh, yeah, well, yes, in that case, if you wish to remain there, yeah, thanks. That's kind of assuming we don't have a long debate. So you might be there for a while, but we'll see. So we have questions now for David on the presentation that you heard. So who would like to cast the first stone? Any questions for David? Okay. No? So we'll move on to the debate then. And Aaron, do you wish to start?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll be in support of this application. We desperately need these type of homes, good homes for our people here in Thurrock. So I'll be supporting this recommendation.
Was that it? He's just said it.
Anybody else? Fine, well, not quite the extended debate I was thinking of. Stuart, God. You can see it's getting to me, can't you? Steve, my apologies.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll apologise because it's just crossed my mind something I did think of earlier, and it's just a question for David. I'm assuming the access to the to where the car parking is coming off of Springhouse Road, where there's an existing access. Is that true?
Yeah, it modifies where the access to the 2 dwellings was. It's off Springhouse Road, adjacent to number 1, which is the first property behind the units that are proposed. And yes, it has been checked by highways for adequate visibility, etc.
Thank you, because that was definitely going to be my next question for Matt. Just knowing how busy that corner is.
Yeah, especially when the buses come down.
A good clear view, then I understand that. No, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Matt, for not having to answer.
Thanks, Steve. Right, so we've been through the questions, we've been through the debate. Are we therefore, we're going to go through to the vote? Okay, so I will...
Well, that's approved then, guys.
So the recommendation is that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant permission for the development, subject to those conditions set out in section 16 of the report. So do I have a proposer? Aaron. Seconder? Srikanth? Okay. All those in favour?
Just crossing her fingers there, look.
Thank you very much. So that application has been approved.
Well, so I'll be taking pictures of that as I go past on the scooter.
The same cast. We will go to item 10, Prince of Wales, and David, if you'd like to present this item, please.
Prince of Wales.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as I said, this application is part of the same programme of grant aid, so I won't dwell on that. This particular scheme is for the redevelopment of a site on the south side of West Street at South Ockenden. It was formerly occupied by the Prince of Wales Public House, demolished a number of years ago. I think it was 2020 or 2021-ish. But that's what previously occupied the site. It's located immediately to the north of Canterbury Parade, for those who know South Ockenden, which is a mixture of retail on the ground floor with 2 stories of flatted units above. And that's an aerial shot of the slightly wider surroundings. You'll see the housing on the north side of West Road. That, just for reference, is 3 stories in height, set under a pitched roof. Access to the proposed scheme for this site will be off Canterbury Parade. And I just ask members to note the presence of the Canterbury Parade car park and the rear service area to the shops that is located immediately to the south of the site itself. Development here is to provide 6 2-bedroom flats. This is proposed within the larger unit, which is set back from the West Road frontage, together with 3 3-bed flats in the smaller block, which is set at 90 degrees to the road itself. The blocks are linked via an external staircase, which will have a screening around it, which gives access to first and second floor walkways to give access to each of the flats. In elevational terms, and I'll show you rendered images in just a moment, the larger block, the unit of 6, is shown to be a brick course construction at ground level, together with cedral cladding, dark grey colour above, all set under a flat roof, as you will see. The other block, the smaller block, which is at 90 degrees to the road, is an all brick structure. In terms of the rear elevations, you'll see the walkways, which are olive green in colour. They're metal fabricated, which give access to each of the units at first and second floor levels, as I said before. This is a rendered elevation from West Road, showing the frontage as it faces West Road. You will also see that in front of the block is a cycle store, where my cursor is, and a separate bin store set further back. The only practical solution for refuse collection is from the West Road frontage. This scheme shows the side elevation of the smaller block, and it illustrates the corbelling effect, as I've called it, particularly at ground floor level, together with the spring coursing at first and second floor levels and just below the parapet. And here is a series of photographs. The left-hand photograph is showing the West Road frontage. The middle top photograph is looking towards the development site from the Canterbury Parade service area. The majority of the land sits higher than the service parade area. The lower photograph shows 2 cars parked in front of what will be the manoeuvring space into 6 car parking spaces provided on site. And the other photograph shows the elevation of the adjoining block. Again, the scheme is in accordance with national and local policies. It provides much needed affordable housing, uses previously developed land, and is an extremely sustainable location. It's therefore recommended for approval.
Thanks, David. Right, so Owen, I know you have a statement of support for this, so I'll ask you to read your statement and then ask the committee to ask you any questions, and then we'll come back to David. Thank you.
So, as you heard when discussing the previous application, our proposals respond to the demand for a range of housing need in the Thurrock area. The Prince of Wales site is also proposed to provide 100% affordable, thoughtfully designed, thermally efficient and rapidly deployable new homes, bringing that much needed new affordable housing to the area. The site again is on the footprint of a previously demolished building, and discussed in the previous application the associated safety and security risks that come with sites of that nature. The layout of the new apartments proposed looks to make best use of the site, contributing to the local community, returning active frontage to this section of West Road and improving residential oversight and enhancing neighbourhood security within the vicinity. The site of the former Prince of Wales pub is an ideal location for new homes in South Ockenden. It is close to local amenities, shops and public transport, with the Ockenden station and several bus routes directly adjacent. Since the pub closed in 2009 and demolition was approved in 2021, the site has been lying vacant for several years. To breathe new life into the area, we propose a total of 9 new apartments, delivered as a balanced mixture of 2- and 3-bed apartments over 3 stories. Each apartment will feature modern open-plan living arrangements, dual-aspect outlooks, ensuite and family bathrooms, alongside plenty of internal storage. The proposed block design respects the prevailing scale, height and massing of the area, with various similar-sized 3-storey blocks evident directly adjacent to the site. Our designs avoid becoming the dominant block by stepping the building away from the main road and breaking down the massing into 2 distinct blocks with house-like proportions, which are connected with an access deck. The block is predominantly clad in red brick, reflecting the materiality of the area and detailing consistent with local character. By recessing the main volume of the block from the street, we avoid any potential overlooking issues to the north, already having adequate separation distances to the south, allowing good levels of natural daylighting and avoiding any overbearing impact on the existing residences. The site is also surrounded by various existing green open spaces which are directly accessible for residents, providing excellent levels of external communal amenity space for the apartments. A modest open space is provided facing onto West Road, which houses areas for secure bike parking, whilst private off-street parking is accessible via an existing road entrance into an existing parking courtyard, meaning adequate car and bike parking is delivered using safe existing access arrangements, ensuring parking does not dominate the street scene. An increasing number of local authorities are using modular housing, providing a meaningful solution to accelerate delivery of housing. Alongside this, the carbon footprint of modular construction is far lower than traditional builds, not just because of the efficient manner in which they are constructed, but also the practical ability to achieve very high levels of recycling and removing the requirement for individual trays from site, dramatically reducing traffic coming and going from the site compared to traditional methods. This makes modular construction methods a favourable approach for built-up residential areas, accelerating delivery and reducing general disturbance and impact on the surrounding roads. Our proposal is intended to support ongoing regeneration of council-owned land in the area and describe an exemplar solution.
Thanks, Owen. I'll now throw that open to questions. Does anybody have any factual questions about this site for Owen? Now, this one might be, do let me know, guys, if it's rather a David question than an Owen question, but knowing the area, I'm slightly nervous that 6 car parking spaces for 6 flats, sorry, 9, apologies, A, seems quite low, and B, there isn't much in terms of available space around for the overflow. Canterbury Parade is generally rammed, particularly during the week, because people don't want to pay the cost of the Ockenden station car parking. So that's, how comfortable are we that the allocation of car parking spaces is going to be enough for the flats?
Thank you, Chair. When this application was assessed for our parking standards, the applicant put forward a case to say that the site was considered to be a high accessibility area, where the range of parking would be considered to be 0 and 1 space per unit. We've looked at what their evidence has identified, and because of the location being very close to the mainline train station, close to other
amenities in the area and the close proximity of Canterbury Parade. And through the assessment put forward that car park, whilst is heavily used, is not at capacity, it's felt that the reduction of parking to less than 1-for-1 in this instance is considered to be acceptable. What we have also discussed with the applicant, being a council department, is the possibility of review of parking controls in the area, so that the bit behind the shops, which is in between this site and the shops, which is currently unadopted housing land, can be investigated for further parking.
Being funny around there, though.
Stop the inconsiderate and obstructive parking that is down there, because obviously there's no controls.
It's all funny area.
Highway. So we're going to try and regulate that through an investigation and eventual consultation. But it's not included in this application because it's a council department requesting another department to do it. It's better to do it outside the planning function to alleviate those issues.
Thanks, Matt. That's helpful. Now, I know Russell wants to ask a question. I'm just going to check. Are there any questions for Owen, or can we let? Yeah, I'm just thinking, can we let them go? Is all, and then we'll just fire them all at David. Is that okay, folks? Thank you very much for your time. Right, on you go, Russell. Do your worst.
Thank you, Chair. You've raised the question I was going to ask of the officers, being the local ward councillor. That particular area is creating a huge amount of problems for us with parking. I'm in favour of the build. There is insufficient parking spaces for the 9 affordable housing units, but I understand that you know, I wouldn't like that to block the actual application. How are we going to make sure those 6 spaces are for the people in those flats, and how do we allocate those spaces to those people in the flats, so there won't be future disagreements? And how do we stop people, say, who often use that area to pick up the kids from Benyon Primary, Tyson Place? Already there's problems there with, you know, parking, pick up kids, etc. So how stringent are you going to be to make this work, David or Matthew?
Thank you, Chair. Members, if I draw your attention to condition 11, there's a specific condition with regards to parking safeguarding for the residents of that property. So there will be mechanisms and measures in place to make sure that those parking spaces will be for the residents and for no other purpose whatsoever. With regards to the issues around the school, yes, there are particular acute issues around that school. It's very similar to other issues at other schools. You know, similar sort of things happen. The council does have travel planning process with the schools to try and alleviate those problems, where it's up to the school to interact and engage with that process to try and steer parents to more appropriate measures of walking their kids to school, or park and ride, or car sharing and stuff like that. It's kind of outside the remit of this application, but you know, in terms of this application, it kind of washes its face in terms of that parking policy.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. I'm surprised what you've just said there. I mean, the headmistress of Benyon Primary School is very much for us doing something about the parking. So I think we have got to do something as a council in that area.
I think we should do what Steve does and start putting billboards on everybody. You know, the end of the world is nigh. You know,
how stringent are we going to be to protect these parking spaces for those tenants, and also the other parking in the area, because 6 parking places for 9 flats isn't enough. But I won't use that as a reason to block this development.
Sandwich boards and stand outside the schools and say to them,
I will revert back to my previous answer, which is we've got that condition 11, which is they've got to come in with measures to try and safeguard those spaces.
Your kids' walks.
What that is, we will be up for discussion in the future. It might be physical control, it might be traffic regulation order, that sort of thing. But obviously, that's what that condition is specifically relating to try and safeguard those parking spaces, so it doesn't get consumed by parking from from school.
Stop
from
parking
shops
outside people's houses when you want to take them to school.
And yes, you're right.
Oh yeah, it's only 15 minutes, mate. I'm here for. Look, I'm gone then. Look.
As
I've seen people there for nearly an hour.
We work in partnership with those schools to try and deliver those outcomes. As I said, there is a travel plan that the school has, and it's their responsibility to make sure to manage their impact as the council does as well through that process. And as I said, there's a range of mechanisms within those travel plans to try and alleviate those problems. As I said, it's every school's got that exact same problem. But that's why these travel plans are very important, to try and alleviate that problem.
Matthew, when working with the school, is it possible for the council to work closely with the administrators of Tyson Place, the private premises by that school, because they're being very gravely affected by the parking related to the school pickups, and I anticipate that this new development will go the same way if we don't get on top of that parking problem in that particular area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think there's already negotiations and discussions through that travel plan process to try and solve the issues. It's an ongoing process, unfortunately. The way I would view it is you might get an intake of children going to that school where the parents are quite proactive and helpful, and they try and solve those problems, but they're only there for a limited period of time, and you always get new intake. So it's a continuing process that we have to battle through on every school in the borough.
Thanks, Russell. Aaron, I think you're next, and then Steve.
Thank you, Chair. So, Matthew, as this is a Thurrock Council application, if every property had, let's say, a car, technically the council could relieve up to 2 more spaces in Canterbury Parade and give them a pass, couldn't they?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to say, I don't think there is a mechanism to do that, because the car parks are owned by the parking department, and I don't think there is anything in their fees and charges to provide that functionality.
But a discussion could take, it would be an easier discussion as it's within the council than having a private.
I would probably revert back to David, because obviously the application has been assessed on its merits currently. As I said, there doesn't seem to be any mechanism within the council's fees and charges for effectively permit bays within a pay and display car park at present. So I'm a bit unsure as to what the answer would be on that at this stage.
From a planning perspective, we have a set of adopted parking standards which quite clearly says that we can, in this type of location, accept a scheme that is less than 1 space per unit. I don't think I get, in locational terms, a more sustainable location where you literally can walk to the shops, can walk to the railway station, etc. But I do appreciate what you're saying.
Okay, thanks, David. Any other questions for David? Steve? Of course, yes.
Thanks, Chair. Well, you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to ask you about car parking. When you put the plans up, there were, and I was slightly confused. It appeared to show balconies and linking the 2 blocks, and in my head I wasn't sure why that's there. Is there a common access somewhere on there, or is there? What's the reason for that link and those is that fire escapes or is that the only access?
What you term fire escape, the staircase, which will double up as a fire escape, obviously, is a means of access to the first and second floors of each block. So there's a commonality where residents in both blocks will have to use the stairs. And then if you're in the larger block, you'll go off the stairs along the rear walkway, which runs parallel with the shops. And for those residents in the other block, they will use a same common, if you like, what would otherwise be a hallway in an internal scheme, to gain access to their own front doors. So that's why there is a link there between the two blocks, formed by walkways.
Okay, so that I understand that. So in terms of access, I'm just thinking of people trying to move furniture, objects in and out. Is there a way of achieving that, or is it via those staircases and balconies?
There is no lift in either building, so access to the upper floors is via a staircase.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any more questions for David? Okay, so let's move on to the debate. Who would like to start? Bearing in mind, obviously, we've had a fairly similar discussion with the previous development, but is there anything particularly that I'll put one in. I think the parking, as Russell says, isn't necessarily a reason not to approve this development, but I think it is an issue which will need to be addressed. Although it may be within policy, I think there is purely because Canterbury Parade is so heavily used. There is a potential for an issue there, which I don't, it's not a reason, as I say, not to approve this development. But I think it's just an issue that is worth the council considering because it will come up. Sorry, Russell, I think you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll just support what you've just said, Chair. It's been the local ward council. I welcome extra housing, I really do, but I know that particular area has got parking problems and issues for me and for the council, and if we can work together to do something about that.
Thanks, Russell. Anybody else? Or do you wish to move directly to the vote? Yeah? Okay. So, the recommendation.
Right, we've got Butts Road next.
Is that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant permission for the development, subject to those items set out in section 16 of the report. So, do I have a proposer?
Okay,
Aaron, seconder, Russell. All those in favour? Thank you very much.
Okay, Butts Lane next.
Now, we are slightly early, slightly before 8, but I would like to move a motion to, hang on, I'd like to move a motion without notice to suspend Council Procedure Rule 11.1 to allow the meeting to continue beyond the 2.5-hour time limit. Anybody got any problems with that, or are we all in favour? Great. That just gives us a bit more leeway. And yes, you may have a short natural break.
Okay, we're having a break. Righty-ho. So if I leave that on there, I'm going to come to me, which is there. Right, what we're going to talk about now, before they all come on, is just going to make sure that it's still so I can hear in the background. Butts Lane's going to be next. I think before we talk about southern housing problems, I think let's talk about Butts Lane a bit. Let's see if I can find it first. Butts Lane Estate. So this is going to be that area there. Share this tab instead. Right. So you should be able to see that. No. No, hang on. Let's put it to that. That's it. Gotcha. Then me in the corner there. Yeah. Right. So this is Butts Lane. So the area that they're talking about. So this is St Clair's School. This is that new estate. Over there is the Allset quarry that's been cancelled. Pale tea in your face now. Wow. And this is where they're going to be putting those houses that they're going to be discussing in the next 20 minutes or so after they've had their tea break. That's the footpath. So that footpath actually comes off of St Margaret's Avenue. I've driven, or not driven, because I can't get the scooter down there, but I've been on a bike years and years ago down there. It goes over the bridge, over the train track, and there's a little gate there that stops you getting through on the mobility scooter, but you can get through walking and cycling. And there's one here at this end, which I'll show you. That one, which you can't get through. You can, there's someone's cut a little bit here that you can get through, but of course, because I've got bad tyres, I can't really trust getting through. But that's basically all this area here is going to be where the new houses are going to go. At public footpath 49. So, and you can see that I can't get a mobility scooter through there. And it also goes over to that side where you can't get a mobility scooter through that area there. And that's going to be it. So if you come out of there, so that's there, that area there. So basically all this green here is going to be full of houses soon if it's approved. All right, let's come out of there. Go to that one again. Share this tab. Yeah, right. Then it can put me back to this. Yeah, okay. So that's the Butts Lane one that they're going to be talking about in a minute. But first of all, that's Butts Lane out of the way. Let's just, while we've got a couple of minutes to waffle, let's talk about southern housing, shall we? I don't know if you can hear that banging in the background, but last week I had, you can hear it, I had a bloke come in, because we've had this water leak in the boiler since Christmas, and I called him out and I said, any chance you could come and, because I didn't know about the leak. It must have been leaking for some time. I didn't bloody know. And a funny smell, and I thought, oh, it's the washing machine leaking, making a smell. And then finally I realised all the whole floor was getting wet and the paperwork was soaked, paper mache paper it had gone to. So I called him out, finally came out, and he said, yeah, he says, you've got a little rip in your condensation pipe. I said, brilliant, fine, thanks. I'll put a little bit of sticky tape on it. He said, you're right, but it didn't work. So I was using a old sweet bowl that we had to collect the water up and just empty it out. And he said, yeah, don't worry. He says, you just put that bowl under there, so just keep collecting the water. When it leaks, just empty it when it leaks. I said, fine, that'll do me, And then he said, I'll be back. Weeks and weeks went. So I phoned him up and I said, when are you coming out to fix this this water pipe? Yeah, we know about it. Okay, fine, you know about it. So when are you going to come out and fix it? Yeah. We'll get back to you. Never did. So I finally wrote to Southern Housing. Southern Housing don't know what they're talking about. They said, no, it's not down to us, it's down to TSG. I said, well, I've been contacting TSG. They never get back to me, so that's why I've had to go through Southern Housing. Well, one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing, but you still contact TSG. So I contacted TSG about 3 weeks ago now. I said to them, look, this is still bloody leaking. That's still banging. That's another thing. It's still leaking. When are you going to come and fix it? Oh, no, we've had a discussion. You're having a new boiler. I said, I don't want a new boiler. I said, I just want the condensation pipe fixing. No, you can have a new boiler. It's too old. The old boiler, the Baxi boiler. Love that Baxi boiler. Should never fucking. That's another thing. You know. I'm too much of a Cancerian. On the crab, never get rid of things. Yeah. So he come round. Finally come round. And I said, look, I don't want it done. Just go and get me a condensation pipe, which you said you was going to do, and put that in. And I said, no, I'll be happy. No. I'm here now. You've got to have a new boiler. And I thought, okay. Should never, that was last Friday. Should never have done it. Should never have fucking done it. I really thought he was a nice bloke. First thing he left me with, the banging. No. That's... First thing he left me with, it's hard to explain this. The day, I mean, when the bloke came in to check it to see if we had what do they call it, asbestos and all that, he said we've got to check if you've got asbestos in the house. I said, don't ask me, I ain't bleeding, no. And I think we've got it in the flooring only, asbestos, not in the walls. So the bloke said, can I go outside and have a look in your back garden to see what the situation with these pipes? I said, yeah. I said, the pipes are fine. Never had any problem. I said, even though I suppose the down pipe, the rain pipe, supposed to come down and go into the water pipe underneath, into the well, you know, into the gutter underneath, into the soil pipe underneath the house. It didn't. The house before us, when Southern Housing changed the pipe, it comes down from the gutter, down the rain pipe, and into a copper pipe. And the copper pipe was open. You could see into it. It's like, hello, and you get an echo back. It's a copper pipe, you know. And I know it needed doing. They did say to me when I had the garden done that, you look, Lisa, this is not viable now. You've got to go and get yourself a new pipe. And I said, okay, fine. And I do appreciate that the pipe has been sitting in the shed 3 years, probably, 3 or 4 years now, waiting to be done. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's what I believe in. It was working fine. As far as I know, the water was going down the pipe, into the soil pipe, into the hello pipe, and going into the water pipe under the sea, under the patio. Fine, no problems. Then he said to me a couple of weeks ago, "Oh, we don't do things like that anymore, where the pipe comes out of the boiler house, out the wall, T-junctions into a thingy and down the spike." He said, "We don't do that no more." He said, "You have a U-shape now," which Aaron called a spur. I think he called it. But he said you have a U-shape. He called it a U-shape, where it goes like that and then like that. So it goes like that, U. So he said, we have them now. So, okay, fine, I'll leave it to you, you know. So he turns up Friday. Are they coming on yet? No. He turns up Friday. Should never fucking done it. I know it. Turns up Friday and he says, yeah, he says, it's going to cost you, it's going to be 2 hours out your way. I said, fine, you know. And he said, you're going to have a lovely, perfect radiator, boiler and radiators. He was right. I have got a perfect boiler and radiator. I've got nothing wrong with that side of it. The only side of it is two things now. I thought it was only one. There's two things now. One is the complete and utter damage that he's done to the pipe that he pulled when he was trying to put it all together. He pulled the top one out of the guttering of the pipe going into the guttering. That just hanged free and waving in the air like hello, you know. I've got pictures of it and I'll show you later. So that's what I thought was the banging. So I contacted Aaron, who done my roof, but bloody good bloke. And I said, look, any chance you could come and have a look at this? And that's when I showed him the copper soil pipe, and he said to me, Lisa, that's got to go. I said, I know. Okay, fine. Okay. I said, because of all this damage that this bloke's done, I'll accept getting that bit done. But the damage that he did to the pipe it was unmistakable. It was. Do you know? I thought I could get away with it. I thought I could turn around and say, just put the connector back in the top so it don't come undone again. When you get down to that U-bend like that he's buggered up, leave it like that, and then just take the copper pipe away and then put my bit in. And then he turned around and said, Lisa, said, I can't do that. I said, why? He said, because he's totally destroyed where the U-bend bit that he's put in. He said he's totally, you can see, you'll see the pictures. He's totally, where it had a lovely circular bit, it now goes circular bit, cut, circular bit. And I'm thinking, that's not how a pipe goes, is it? And so Aaron was explaining, he said, no, he said he's cut too much away. Didn't marry it all up in, because you've got to measure it, he says. He had the measuring tape out today, Aaron did, and he said this bloke didn't. He said he's just bodged it and left me with it. And I said I knew it was wrong. And then the pipe that's coming out of it, oh, fuck knows what he's done with that. You know, yeah. And I agree with what Aaron said. He does need a pipe next to it running down into it, but is the way he's done it, and I don't know who's signed this off that it can be done like that. I really don't know. But that's the first thing that's really got to me, and I'm been down about it for the last couple of days. And then the second thing is we've had sleepless nights because of this banging. We thought it was because of the damage that he had done to the guttering. And we've just found out from Aaron today. He says that's nothing to do with the guttering. Lacey says that's water hammer. And I said, what the
boom engagement?
No, we're back on.
This is the point at which I'll
We'll go.
It's usually the way my body works.
All right.
Okay, are we all here that need to be here? I think we are. So
Butts Lane, guys.
Item 11 on the agenda is Butts Lane. And David, I believe it's yourself again to present this one.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is being displayed on the screen in front of you.
Which I've just shown you.
Red outline identifying the full extent of the application. The blue triangular section of land in the bottom right-hand corner, part of the same land holding, but excluded from the application. Members should note its position.
Yo, Glenn, how are you?
I'm all right. Right, let me just get set up.
Right. This is about Butts Lane now. This is my area.
That's right. Yeah, this is one I was waiting for.
Yeah.
This is an aerial shot of the same scheme and shows you quite vividly the section of school playing field which lies to the north of the public footpath, which crosses the northern section of the site and within the school grounds. You'll also see a green strip of land which abuts Butts Lane. That site is excluded from the application site area. It's owned by a third party, and that's the reason why the applicant has negotiated the purchase of a strip of land from St Clair's School in order to provide access to the overall site.
Ah.
I've also put up an aerial shot showing the location, which is marked with a red circle, relative to nearby facilities, including the train station, the Co-op food store, which is that red triangular round-topped icon, and next to it the Tesco Express store. Members will note that it abuts the railway line, which is on the east side of the site. Obviously, Butts Lane on the west side of the site, the school on the northern side, and Mucking Wharf Lane on the southern side of the development, although the application site area doesn't go as far as Mucking.
Can you get a volume about this?
Lane.
No, that's a problem.
I can hear it, but it's really quiet.
I can't put theirs up. That's the problem. No. All I can do is edit the name and stop screen.
Sorry, don't worry. No, don't worry. I'll just tune in as best I can.
The only thing
Yeah.
that is to be
I can't turn their side up.
Apart from
Then I can't put my speaker bar on because it reverbs through.
To 121 dwellings. The illustrative
Are you
site
for your
plan
laptop
in
then, are
front
you?
of you,
No, I'm still on the phone at the moment.
the
Oh.
layout
Yeah,
configuration
because I
as
thought that might have
currently
helped you.
proposed by the applicants, and gives you an idea
Yeah,
of the
laptop,
blocks
that's
of the
work in progress.
site.
Right.
You'll see in the southeastern part of the application site an extensive area.
I've got the
of
stand
no
of it.
sleeping,
I did.
I've got
which
the,
No,
also forms
yeah,
part
turn it
of
up.
suds attenuation.
well, I say I got the stand delivered. I found it on top of the recycling bin.
The other parameters that have been illustrated
I will.
are movement corridors, which are shown by the roadways.
I will. I've got a thing called a letterbox.
There is a
I've got a thing called a door knocker.
There is a footpath.
And I went to put the recycling out this evening just because they're coming for the recycling tomorrow. So I saw some magazines. I've opened the front door. My recycling bin sits right next to the front door. So I just opened the bin. If it's pissing down, I just lift the lid, put the recycling in, job done.
Yeah.
Opened the door. I thought, what's that? There's an Amazon package just sitting on top of the recycling bin.
Yeah.
I thought, there's a fucking great thing next to it called a front door.
Members will know that the site is a sloping site. It slopes down towards the Thames marshes.
View from Mucking Wharf Lane. That's where they used to put the scramblers. I put my scooter on there, and the bloke wasn't very happy about me trying to get past. I said, "Well, you put your car there and your scrambling bike."
2 stories in height. Some 2.5
That's a public
stories.
footpath, mate.
The highest part of the development, if I flick back to the illustrative layout, is for 3 stories to 2 flatted blocks, one where my cursor is towards the southwest part of the developed area and the other in the northeastern portion.
Well, they want to put houses down there.
Yeah.
The scheme does raise a number of
public
considerations, and I don't think
everybody goes scrambling down there and takes their dogs for a walk.
The significant need for housing. This scheme provides up to 121 dwellings, with 50% of them being affordable. The existing Thurrock core strategy acknowledges the need to release greenbelt land to satisfy housing needs in the later years of the plan, and we're currently in the last year of that plan period. And in terms of detailed considerations, of course, development in the greenbelt, we must first determine whether this site is greybelt or not. The characteristics of the site fall within the definition of greybelt. There are recognised barriers to the spread of development beyond the site to the east and south. It abuts development on the north side, and members will be aware of Maple Park on the west side of the site, although that development does not extend as far as this development will into the greenbelt. However, the section of land which is adjoining but on the opposite side of the road, is an essential
Hi, Adrian.
part of the landscaping scheme approved as part of the Maple Park development.
Sorry, I've been rude again. Hello, everybody in the chat. Good evening.
Without planning permission, obviously.
Terribly. Well, I'm getting very rude lately.
That's all right.
My standards are slipping.
That, therefore, is the principal reason why this is considered to be grey-belt land. And the next stage is to establish whether the development is appropriate or inappropriate. And for this to be established, the tests are set by paragraph 155. First of all, it's the development of grey-belt land, which does not have a wider an adverse impact on the wider green belt. The second criterion requires there to be a need, and I don't think anybody's disputing the overall housing need in the borough, which has been talked about both in other applications this evening and on previous occasions. It is in a sustainable location. As I said, there's an existing footpath that crosses the site. That leads via residential roads towards Stanford-le-hope Centre, where the shops are. The alternative route would be via Butts Lane and London Road into the main part of Stanford-le-hope. And it is within a relatively comfortable walking distance of the main railway station at Stanford-le-hope. So officers are content to say that this is a sustainable development. It is served not only by the railway station, but by frequent bus services which run along London Road. Finally, the scheme meets the golden rules. It provides new green spaces. It makes provision for necessary infrastructure relating to health and education. And this attracts significant weight in the planning balance. Therefore, development is not inappropriate within this part of the Green Belt. Members will also note from the consultation responses that there is a formal objection lodged by Sport England. That needs to be examined in some detail, and Sport England have provided further details relating to this aspect. Firstly, I should point out that Sport England's primary objective is to prevent the loss of school facilities, and in particular playing facilities and playing fields. It objects in principle to those factors. They do take account to some degree of mitigating factors, but in all cases they require improvements to existing sports facilities and enhancement of them in order to overcome their in principle objection to the loss of playing fields. Government policy towards playing field loss is that existing sports and
it would have been
recreational
playing field loss if they started cutting the grass, but they never cut the grass. That's why the scrambler bikes used to go over there.
Buildings or land to be surplus
And
to
the dog
requirements.
walkers.
Now, in this regard, the applicant has been in negotiation with Sport England for some time. They have submitted a series of plans showing that the proposed loss of that section of playing field will not involve the loss of any sports provision on that playing field. We also have a letter from St Clair's School indicating that the money raised from the sale of this land would be put towards the provision of enhanced facilities. However, I have to say that I cannot give this much weight because I haven't been informed of what improvements are being made or the mechanism by which to ensure that the monies raised by the sale of the land is put towards provision of enhanced facilities. However, we are satisfied that the proposal does not compromise the playing of sports at the school, and this is a factor which is taken into account in the planning balance. Therefore, when considering all these factors, officers have placed great weight on the provision for housing, and in particular the provision of affordable housing, and those factors outweigh any harms arising. Hence, the recommendation of approval is before you. Thank you.
Right, here we go.
Thanks, David. So before we move to asking David any questions on his presentation, we have a statement of objection from Councillor Neil Spate of Ward Council. Neil, do you want to come up and make yourself comfortable?
3 minutes, Neil, come on.
In your own time.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope that I'll touch on some things that prompt some questions, and particularly on what we just heard about sport, because it's utter nonsense. You won't be surprised that I'm here to oppose this application and support residents who've campaigned against it. I suspect you'll end up having an argument about grey-green later on, and we've been there enough times in this chamber. I have a number of objections to this site. The first that it is currently open arable land between the communities of Lincoln and Stanford-le-hope. Boundaries between the two have grown closer in recent years. Urban sprawl may no longer be a trendy phrase, but gradually these communities are creeping together. The site is unsuitable for development.
So do you know so-and-so? I didn't even know.
Gas pipeline that's there,
the proximity of the railway line, lack of safe access to that junction.
He interviewed him.
As was much discussed at the last planning meeting regarding the roads in East Thurrock, when you talked about the quarry, they are narrow, twisting and very dangerous, and they're already heavily oversubscribed with traffic. Butts Lane is one of those, and the point just past St Clair's School is narrow, frequently affected by surface water,
Neil,
with
you
poor
live
sight of
outside there,
approaching
mate.
traffic, and there have been a number of significant accidents there, including one young man losing his arm. To add more traffic to that road with a new housing estate just seems ludicrous and dangerous.
You tell him.
The statement says, I've got some statements here from the application, it says the scheme will provide up to 121 homes in a borough that has a severe shortfall in the supply of housing land. Well, you get a different story with every application that comes here. In the East Thurrock area alone, over the past 2 years, we've had more than 5,000 new homes being approved. So I beg to differ with the statistics that are there. I would also point to the local plan that this council is working on, which projects 3 more significant housing estates, at least all within less than 2 miles of this site. They're on Stanford Road and on the fields adjacent to Billet Lane. They will make up the severe shortfall. We don't need this one. And then we come to affordable housing, and the statement 50% of the dwellings will be affordable. You've just heard from Mr. Stewart. Well, I'm afraid earlier in this meeting, and this is a very old application, earlier in this meeting, Mr. Stewart referred to a recent application by the council for the Gearings and Ockenden, and his exact phrase was, "This is the first scheme since I've been here at Thurrock Council that delivers affordable housing." They're his words, not mine, to this meeting. The first scheme that delivers. So by the nature of that, there has not been very little affordable housing. So you can make your own view on the 50%.
20 seconds, Neil.
Housing. I'm sick to death of hearing people talking about affordable housing, because they're not affordable. Public place and play area, well, I'm running out of time, so hopefully you'll ask me a question about it. There is a pedestrian and cycle link there already. The economic benefits in terms of jobs, I believe the argument is spurious and rubbish. They're all put forward as material planning reasons. I suggest they do not stand any test of veracity. And I will say, as we said the other day, and I'll finish, Chair, many of the reasons for supporting this scheme may well be valid. There is merit in it. But maybe at another time, there might be a local infrastructure to support it. At the moment, our health service, our education service, our transport service and our roads are stretched beyond breaking point. This scheme is not a solution to any of those problems.
Thank you, Neil. Any questions for Neil?
Too scared.
No. Okay.
Well, they keep going on about affordable housing. The government could make housing affordable, but they don't.
Yeah, don't want to.
It's not affordable. It's not affordable.
Applications.
If you're lucky enough to inherit housing or
unfortunately,
or get on the housing market somehow, or be lucky enough to get council housing.
True.
But you look at the cost of houses now.
It affects me well, but it seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, the housing
someone earning the minimum wage or the living wage, how are you going to afford the average price especially around here?
True.
Well, you won't get no change on 350,000.
Into account the lack of housing when we know that other applicants, and in fact sometimes the same applicants, have already got stuff.
Don't forget you haven't got the other light.
Guys, rather than me, what is the answer to that one? Are we enabled in any way allowed to take into account situations where we have stuff on the books? I'm sorry, I'm asking them, not you, but we're in a position where they're in the best place to answer.
Yes, of course you can. But I would go much further than that. You have to determine, in terms of whether you have a shortfall or a surplus of housing, first of all, what the annual need arising is, whether you have an existing shortfall in the district, and whether your local and what your local plan forecasts as what you accept as members to be the growth rate. And that gives you an overall number of units to be provided over a local plan period. Now, in terms of where we are with this application, there is a very significant deficit in housing numbers that have been provided in this district over a number of years. Added to that, there is an objectively assessed need. It's not set by anybody in the local authority, it's set by government. And that objectively assessed need requires the delivery of between 11 to 1,300 houses per annum. Those are the approximate figures.
Yeah, but that's a plan from 2010.
Yes.
You have not made a plan yet. You keep talking and talking and talking since 2022 that you're going to make a new Thurrock plan. But that never went ahead. So you're falling back on 2010 plan.
However,
until you get that sorted, I don't even think we should be discussing new houses.
You can count for 5-year housing land supply only those units that those sites will deliver within that 5-year period.
Yeah, 5-year period, because you all fucked up in 2022.
On the back foot with regard to this. Added to that, where there has been a continuous and regular shortfall in housing land provision, the government adds 20% to your objectively assessed need as a buffer to try and up housing numbers to build back up to what they think you should be building. So yes, you can take account, but there are other factors to take account of, and where we are at the moment is in deficit.
You've been in deficit since 2010, mate.
Sorry, Chair, I'll just add to that. I can't confirm or deny those numbers, but permissions do not always equate to output, and as things stand, the number of homes being built per year are substantially below what the government imposed targets are, and it's a complex process with regards to programming in the permissions that get given and when they'll deliver over what period. But ultimately, regardless of the permissions granted, we're substantially under every year persistently. And that's what we look at, and these permissions, they will eventually feed through, and that will be published in the next 6 months to a year. But quite clearly, we do not even come close to the output that we should be doing to meet our obligations.
That's neither here nor there, though, is it?
Just, I appreciate, Neil, you weren't in a position to necessarily answer that one, but given that we are supposed to be talking to you, do you have any comments on what you've just heard?
Sorry. We know that there are property developers who've got permission on sections of land banking, and they'll hold on until the cost to build go down and the price to buy goes up. They're there.
Well, but Neil, that land banking's been there since 2010.
The statement that was just
they're
made
too
now
bloody
about
scared
the fact
because
that,
of the
you know, not everything's built
new
out.
planes
Within a
that are supposed to be
stone-
coming into
very long stones throw, I will
fruition.
say, in terms of two of them. But within a stone's throw of
That land
development
banking's been there since
Stanford
all
Park, you've got
you know,
Stanford
2010
Park,
when it all
Maple Park,
started.
You've got
And all just too
Stanford Road,
scared.
the Persimmon development on there that's been built out. You've also
Basically, at
got
the end of the
new
day, there ain't enough coins going around in the back pocket.
new houses
Exactly.
down St.
That's why I don't want to do nothing.
Once the old coin starts slipping in the back pockets,
Yeah.
things will get
Just
done.
take the boundary of Stanford West Ward, and that tops well over
That's it. We'll
1,000
start building that
in the last 2 or 3 years.
second runway at
The
Gatwick.
argument may be there when you're playing with numbers,
Been
but the
done
reality is
20 odd years.
Stanford West has
Yeah,
got
putting that
all those
runway in
houses
Gatwick.
with no infrastructure improvements
Because there
whatsoever.
weren't enough
To add
coin
to it, they knocked the
for
station
developers to do it. Now it's
to
been secured with private investment. It's not the
Thanks,
government
Neil.
paying
So,
for it.
yeah,
It's
so
all
it's the
private
houses
investment.
versus infrastructure is the key
They're going,
thing
yeah,
we come
building
to
it,
come back
yeah,
to.
building second runway.
Not for the first time.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Has
only
anybody
second
else got any
runway,
questions for Neil, or can we let him go?
It's only got one runway.
Thanks for your time, Neil.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, of course it. But it's like always, it's like that Heathrow
Okay,
expansion.
so that leads us to questions for David. Steve, on you go.
Oh, pardon me.
All right.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. I'm not sure it is a question for David, but the point you just made is a question I asked some time back of Ashley, which
Sorry,
was
2 seconds. So, Tom, you've got a point? We do have another speaker. My apologies. Yes.
I've got another speaker.
Sorry, folks. On medication for a dodgy knee, and it is clearly not doing me any good.
Oh.
Right. So I'm just trying to find the name of our individual. Thank you. So this is Ryan Walker. You're the agent for the applicant. Okay, Ryan. Same
it might have
as
been the
with
bloke I met.
Neil. You'll have 3 minutes
All right.
to
Yeah,
read your
I
statement.
met someone
and,
down there.
That thing has to be read for you to be heard by anybody. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Chair, members, thank you
That's
for the
it.
opportunity
Yeah,
to
I met
address the
him.
Planning Committee this evening. The proposals under consideration have been refined over several stages and shaped by extensive discussions with Thurrock council officers,
That's that video
key
that I made with
stakeholders
him.
and St Clair's School. The proposed development will deliver 121 new homes, 60 of which will be affordable, representing 50% of the overall provision. This will make a meaningful contribution to reducing the local housing waiting list, which currently exceeds over 5,000 local families. Despite recent planning approvals, Thurrock currently holds less than 1 year of a housing land supply. Moreover, the continued delays with the publication of the local plan reinforce the need to bring forward applications
Not
which
our
are
fault. You
compliant
cannot
with
blame us for
national
that local
policy.
plan.
The scheme, which is located on grey belt land,
moaning about it.
accords
We've
with the
been to
current
all your
NPPF
meetings, but you've done
policies
fuck all.
and is in alignment with the emerging
Hmm.
NPPF requirements.
Thank you.
The officer's report confirms the
Was I
development
playing
is
live
not
before?
inappropriate
Let's have a
development in the
meeting.
Greenbelt and that it
We've
meets
had
the
our bloody
golden
meetings. You've
rules
done fuck
in
all
terms of
about it.
affordable housing, infrastructure and public open space provision. The officer's report concludes the site is in a sustainable location, sited adjacent to the urban area with its amenities and is near a strategic employment hub. The site is within close proximity to DP World London, and with ongoing expansion of the port, there will be an increased demand for local housing for workers, which this scheme can deliver upon, ensuring that homes and jobs are well connected. In addition to the key benefits for the local area, we'd like to highlight the significant improvements this proposal will deliver for St Clair's School. The school has written to the Council in support of the scheme, confirming that the funding secured through the development will enable significant upgrades to its outdoor sports facilities for both the pupils and the wider community. Importantly, St Clair's have demonstrated that the proposals will enable enhanced outdoor provision without restricting opportunities for support, which addresses these issues identified by Sports England. There are no objections to the proposals from the Highways Authority, National Grid, or the LLFA, or the Health and Safety Executive for that matter, in relation to the overhead power line and underground pipeline. We can also confirm that the site is not classified as best and most versatile farmland. It does not contain any TPOs. It is located in flood zone 1, i.e. low risk, and approximately 40% of the site will comprise green and blue infrastructure. Finally, I'd like to quote a line from the letter of support from Paul Griffith, CEO of the Osborne Trust, who runs St Clair's. Through the sale of a small parcel of unused land, less than circa 5% of the total school site, the school will secure a valuable capital receipt that will directly support future on-site investment. This investment will deliver improved sporting opportunities for our students and the various community groups in the area that use the fields at the weekends. Without this exchange, these works have already been earmarked, and without it, they simply would not have the financial support required to deliver them. Members, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan? Tom.
Thank you, Ryan, for your report there. Just a couple of things. I'm reading your statement. I'm not sure if you read it out there, but it said that you've addressed some concerns raised by Sports England. I understand they're still concerned. Why are they still concerned? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. So essentially, we've had quite a lot of extensive ongoing engagement with Sports England. Sports England have a default position where if you are going to be developing on any form of playing fields, not playing pitches, playing fields, then they have a default objection which goes on the application. We worked with Sports England extensively, as I said, preparing wintering layouts, summer layouts, with and without the temporary modular buildings which are on site at the moment for the school, and showing that sufficient runoff space can be incorporated for all of the existing provision that exists there on site for the sports pitches. So that means that the local sports teams, the students, etc., can all still use what is there. So on that basis, Sports England went back to their objection and essentially watered it down to say that it's a default objection because there is a loss of playing field land, but we've been able to demonstrate there's not a loss of playing pitch provision.
Chair, and just one other point. So you talk a lot about enhancements. Could you give me an example of what enhancements there are going to be? I think there's a comment in here about the repair of the pitches, but I wouldn't consider that an enhancement. That's a repair. I mean, all schools should really repair their provision for their students. So to use that as an enhancement is not something I would agree with. To be fair, it might be something that you don't agree with, but what are your enhancements here? What are we getting extra for the loss of those playing fields? Thank you.
Certainly, thank you for your question. I guess when we say enhancements, what we mean there essentially is the pitches as they currently stand at the moment are actually substandard in terms of Sports England size requirements. So when we would be re-providing those pitches, they can all be provided at the Sports England requirements in terms of sizing. So there's a standardising about that. Also, with the temporary buildings that are in place at the moment, some of the cricket pitch provision has been removed, and again, there will be money towards the replacement of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask the officer a few questions on that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Aaron?
So thank you for your statement. Regarding the capital receipts the school will receive, am I right by what you said that they'll only receive it once this application has gone through?
as the agent, I don't know all the details on that, but I would assume that would be the case because it would be dependent upon the outcome, but I would have to defer to the applicant for that.
Okay. If you can't answer, no problem. Thank you.
Can't answer.
Thanks, Aaron. Srikanth?
Thank you, Chair, for the
Oh,
opportunity.
sorry,
For the
man.
statement. As you mentioned that losing a playing field and you're going to
Good idea.
compensate with the enhancement. So
Yeah.
do you have any dedicated budget for that? Because any enhancement improvement need budget capital. So how much you going to invest in that one? You have any figures? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I don't have any specific figures to hand at the moment in terms of that. But as I say, that patch of land as it exists at the moment is not used actively for any sports provision. It is playing field, but it's not used for sports pitch. So there would be, as we've talked about, a capital receipt. I just don't have the specific figures to hand for that.
Thank you. Will you able to get it, or you, at the moment maybe you don't have it? Maybe later on.
Yeah, I'm sure that's information that we could secure and get for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Srikanth. Any further questions for Ryan? Okay, thanks, Ryan. You may go back to your seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, now we can
Debate.
go back to David. Number of points I would imagine that people will want to ask questions about. So Steve, Kathy, and Steve L, and we'll go on from there. Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Right, so first one is for David for sure. When, and I know it's outside of the red line on the site, but one of the things you were explaining was that there's a part of Maple Park which can't be developed. And then you added without planning permission. So that was the site adjacent on the opposite side of Butts Lane.
Yeah.
If I can go back into the display.
Can't be developed on our side.
If I go back to the aerial, it's probably easier. You can see the cursor. That area of land extending further to the west and beyond the aerial photograph is the area being referred to. Sorry.
Corey.
Now, Maple Park was granted at appeal, and the inspector at that appeal did consider that the extensive landscaping, and it's the same for this site, Maple Park had to provide at least 2.3 kilometres of walkways around their site for dog walking, etc.
Yeah, but not for mobile, not mobility scooters, because you can't get them through the gate.
Were allocated specifically for those purposes, and that's the area of land I'm referring to. So if development were proposed on there, it would make Maple Park unlawful without suitable replacement. And I don't see that, to be honest, but that's a personal opinion.
So when you added that comment at the end that said without planning permission, which is the one that made me alert, that's unlikely to happen.
It is unlikely.
That's, I think, what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. My second question, which is probably not fair to put to you, but I did generally ask some months back now, could we have that update of what's been approved, what's been built out, and I think at the time possibly Ash said, yeah, we can do that. But since it's coming up again, and I appreciate the point that the fact that it's approved, it doesn't necessarily count, but it gives us a hint about where we really are as a baseline and perhaps where we might apply some pressure to try and fix that. Because the two things that are biting us every single time when there's a development in grey, green, pink, or any other colour belt are the lack of the local plan, which we understand and we know about.
Yeah,
that's the first
exactly.
one. The
That's
second one
local
is
plan,
the
exactly.
number of houses, and therefore I think it's kind of difficult for us as a committee to have some confidence about what we're saying, because we get undermined by default.
Totally agree.
It would be helpful if we could. I know we're trying to progress the local plan, but if we could progress that as well, I think. Sorry, and I know that's dived off of the topic, but it seemed the
I
opportunity.
don't see why you should be going into this anyway. You should be getting this local plan sorted.
Thank you.
Keep talking about it,
I
but
haven't
never do it.
about the request committee, so
That's
that is
the problem with these councils. They talk,
at the end of this month.
they talk the
So
talk, but they don't walk the walk.
Anyway, as part of our effectively what would have been annual returns. So it is in draft format, and obviously we were preparing that as part of the local plan preparation. I think the point for committee to consider, and my legal colleague can come in if need be, is ultimately you need to make your decision based on the policy position as it is, which is articulated in the application. And in terms of the land supply position, fundamentally, irrespective of all the approvals that we've got, we still have an incredibly poor land supply position, which is sort of around that 1 year mark. So yes, we can get the data, and it is pretty much there in raw form, but fundamentally your decision tonight needs to be based on the sort of current picture. I don't know, Sam, if there's anything you wish to add to that.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head there. One may agree or disagree with the policy, the national planning policy framework that central government has set up, but the fact remains that that is the decision-making framework that has been set up. So as much as one may want to say, well, actually, I'd like to make my decision based on how things are being built out, that's not what the National Planning Policy Framework says. It says you have to look at your 5-year housing land supply, and that's been explained. If you were to, for instance, use as a reason for refusal, well, we understand we don't have our 5-year housing land supply, but we pretty much reckon things are going to get built out, then my advice would be that is a reason that would very likely be overturned on appeal, and may well also be overturned on judicial review.
I think I absolutely understand that, but the point I'm making is that the way the cases are put across to us by the planners very much is dictated by that situation on a regular basis. So I understand what you're saying, but the bottom line is the way it's put to us, it's almost given to us as a fait accompli.
Yeah.
Rather,
all muffled and fuckled.
Because your arm is twisted because of the situation we're in. The trouble is we don't know how to get out of the situation.
Of course we don't. No.
Without a local plan and without understanding.
Exactly, without a local plan, so why the fuck are you doing it?
That was the point behind my asking the question. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, just to be clear, your arm is, to an extent, if you want to put it like that, your arm's being twisted a bit, and that's by national policy, because national policy says if you don't have a 5-year housing land supply, then the tilted balance in favour of development applies. You can't untwist your arm with the information that you're seeking. Your arm will still be twisted because you still won't have a 5-year housing land supply, even with that information. The only way to get 5-year housing land supply is to finish your local plan and identify more.
Well, excuse me, we've done everything we can to sort our local plan out. It's your lot who should be sorting it.
You don't have a compass
We've had all our meetings.
or an objective about where you're going, then you're never going to get there. So it's the reason
for your side now, mate. We've done our bit.
So that at least
we told you what we wanted
of where we are.
Thanks,
We've
Steve.
had our bloody meetings in the library, mate.
I think you have a lot of sympathy there, but we are where we are on that one, and hear from council where we are in relation to that particular area of policy. Kathy, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Go
I
ahead,
just want to
Kathy.
ask a question about education, because reading the response online from education, my understanding was that they were saying they'd only support it if there was a 1.5 form-entry primary school on that side of Stanford. But then in your reports, it's saying that they will give support. So I just want to know, where it lies.
Yeah, just to clarify on that point, the reference to would not support the scheme unless a 1.5 entry primary school is provided was their initial response. They have provided an updated response which supports the proposal, provided that suitable Section 106 payments are made towards the provision of SEN places and other primary and secondary school places where there's a shortfall. It seems likely, actually, that there will be a school travel contribution as well.
Okay, thank you. Because the nearest primary school, I don't think it would come within the school travel payments.
It's not.
It's from about 25-minute walk, which would, translate to most people driving. So, yeah, that's why I was concerned about. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Steve L.
Thanks, Chair. David, can you confirm that the 50% affordable housing will be available to people in Thurrock and not other
HMOs.
London boroughs?
Yeah.
Right, the provision of affordable housing will first of all be covered by a legal agreement. That legal agreement will determine the tenure split, the size of each of the units, etc. And it will also make provision for who will occupy. And normally you would expect them to be from the housing waiting list. So I would normally expect that in the first
Same as that
instance,
Victoria Road estate, though, isn't it? Oh, we waited for all the local people to come, but they never turned up. They never took it up. So we've had to give it out to HMO. Oh, that's acceptable.
It is only local people.
I don't believe you can make a condition of it.
Coin, darling, coin. Coin.
So,
exactly.
All it is coin.
Yeah.
Just coming in on the back.
Let's book a romantic weekend away in a hotel.
Affordable can cover a multitude of sins.
Here we go.
It can cover
Like you get a fucking travel lodge.
At lower than full market levels, can it not? It can also cover rental.
Yeah, rental, say HMO.
Is there within the overall umbrella of affordable housing, is there any kind of breakdown that we would be looking for?
I've only got the breakdown of size of units. I haven't got the breakdown for the proportion of affordable rented and social rented. That will be for detailed determination.
Okay, thanks. I think, if we are minded to agree this outline, I think that would definitely need to be a very key part of the discussion. Because, as Steve says, you want them to be for Thurrock people.
Exactly.
If they are even market stroke affordable.
See, this way it should come down to central government to make the whole housing affordable.
In their own area by people who are just slightly
We
more
could
affluent.
build the building programme. Central government should take this over. So yes, we are going to build on it. Blah blah blah. We will subsidise mortgages, stuff like that, right to buy, and all this stuff. But they don't. They squander it.
Thanks, David.
Because Zelensky goes, oh, they need more weapons. Oh yeah, we spend fucking
David,
millions, billions on that.
With the plan, what is what's happening to the bottom
Fucking annoys me about these fucking
side of
governments. So there's
the plan
fucking
that's marked in blue?
squander so much money
for
abroad and not put it into the infrastructure of the country.
There are no proposals for that. It's outside the application site area and will remain so.
And David, will that remain like an agricultural land? And who actually farms that bit of land? Where are they actually based? How do they get there themselves?
I can't answer that question, I'm afraid. I don't know. It is part of a land holding. I think they currently take off hay every year, and they will continue to do so on the land that they retain.
Thanks, Russell. Tom?
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to hone back in on this sports provision. So Sports England, you suggested that they're still got concerns. I spoke to the agent just there. He said that their default position was against because they do not like the loss of playing fields. So what would it take, in your opinion, for Sports England to come around to? Is there anything they can do for Sports England to go, yes, we're losing a bit of the playing fields, but what we're getting here is good enhanced provision? That's the sort of first question. And the second is, what is your understanding of the enhanced facilities we're going to get? Or is it that you're not sure? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty in the dark at the moment on this one, Chair. Thank you.
With regard to the first question, I wouldn't like to put words into Sport England's mouth, so you'll appreciate that this is only my personal view. In order for them to remove their in-principle objection, sports facilities at the school will have to be enhanced. And the degree of enhancement I can't advise you on, but for example, schemes that I've worked on in the past, you would expect that grassed pitches may be converted to artificial so that they can be played on for longer periods of the year, etc., etc. With regard to what I understand is going to happen at the school, all I'm aware of is that the money they raise will be put towards enhanced sports provision. Now, I am aware that one of the proposals, which is half illustrated on the illustrative layout, shows a section of roadway beyond what I would call the residential site entrance, which is where my cursor currently is, extending towards the railway to where my cursor is now, will provide an alternative means of access into the school playing fields. I have been told informally it will enhance car parking for community use, etc. What it certainly will do is totally separate the sports playing fields from the main campus, so there'll be a sort of pupil security enhancement as well. But beyond that, I haven't been advised whether they're going to put in an artificial pitch, whether they're going to buy all sorts of sports infrastructure equipment that they can make available. I just don't know.
And then just following up on that, you mentioned what can you put in place to make sure that the money's raised does go towards that enhancement? I thought there was a suggestion there that there might not be a mechanism. And do we know how much money we're talking about here? You know, 100 grand, 200 grand, 10 grand? Do we have any idea on what sort of money's being made from the loss of those pitches? Thank you.
Don't want to comment on money being raised because I'm not an expert and I can't value land. It will not be insignificant because it facilitates a residential development effectively. So it will be a sizable sum, I would think. With regard to mechanism, yes, there is a mechanism, and that would be through a legal agreement, which would incorporate the school as one of the signatories of that legal agreement. And it would specify what the money would be spent for. Really.
Yeah, okay. And maybe it comes up in debate, but at the moment I'm a bit in the dark there as to what we're sort of talking about here, and that's a bit of a problem for me. But let's see where we end up. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Ash, do you want to come in?
Just the point on Sport England. So the recommendation, and this is relevant in terms of the debate as well, to be transparent. The recommendation at the moment is about granting permission. However, we would need to refer this to Secretary of State because it is a departure from policy with the Sport England objection. So just want to make sure members are completely clear on that.
So they might be having to think about that one then.
Okay, David, I've got a further question for you. We mentioned, or rather Councillor Spate mentioned urban sprawl, which, as you know, far from being obsolete, I think it's something that is still very much a concern, particularly where we have large communities that are starting to get closer together. What is the situation, as far as you're concerned, regarding the communities either side here, in terms of how close are they getting and how big an impact will this piece of land becoming developed have on that?
I'll just answer generally first, and I will simply say that the infrastructure that is currently around the site, i.e. the railway line, the school, and the local nature reserve, ensure that it will not spread further than this site. I should point out that the land relating to Maple Park that I referred to before is part of their Section 106 agreement, which was...
Oh, here we go. Let's ring fence our Section 106
so
again.
It limits the ability of this site or other developers to spread the other side of Butts Lane or southwards, etc. Of course, you know what the situation is at East Linford with the appeals approval there, relating, I think, to 800 houses. I'm not personally aware of other significant development proposals in this particular immediate vicinity, but I am aware of proposals all over the district, and with regard to this site, Southfields area, there's a lot of interest there to look at other development, which will, you know, is for the local authority to plan for as part of its local plan, in order to seek to limit, if that's its desire, or consider in the future.
Any further questions? Steve.
Chair, again, it's not actually a question for David. You were asking about, or somebody was asking about the affordable housing, and I did a quick bit of maths on that, funnily enough, yesterday. So when I kind of calculated it through, it talked about percentages, but basically it's talking about 1-bedroom units, there's 25 of, 2-bedroom 24, 3-bedroom 9, and 4-bedroom 2. And they also worked out what 20% off of the average local price is, has been recently through Rightmove. So it would mean, as a, for instance, a normal price of a semi-detached would be, semi-detached 3-bed was 370 to 391. So it would go down to about 312. So that's the...
If they can afford 312 if you're on the living wage, they're going to get a mortgage for £312,000 for a house.
Exactly.
Thanks, Steve.
If there's two of you working,
questions for David?
Factory, you get, I don't know what the minimum is, I don't know what the living wage is now, it must be about £11 an hour.
Yeah.
By the time you get smashed 20% income tax, 10% national insurance, off for that.
The money being offered to the school is currently I agree.
That's why they fall back on HMO.
And I will be objecting 36.
That's what it'll be.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron.
We did our best. We tried to get people
Kathy.
to come in. No one was interested.
Yeah, I think
we went to HMO.
my
We had
concerns
all
centre around
the units filled within 6
schools,
weeks.
because that is a long walk to a primary school, and it says highways aren't complaining about Butts Road, but apparently it does get very, very busy with school
does.
traffic. And if you've
It's
got
incredibly
you're
busy,
adding
mate.
on all these people trying to drive to primary school with the St Clair's traffic as well, I think that would be my main concern. It's a very narrow road.
It is a
I
narrow
don't think
road.
it's built
Yeah.
for that amount of traffic. So that's my concern. I'm not sure how I'll go with it, but that's...
It's not a main road, it's a rural road.
Russell.
Where the site's located, it's alongside a secondary school, so that ticks a box for where the development is. And the fact that it seems to be constrained and can't go any further seems to be a benefit for it. But when it comes down to affordable housing, this is still going to be ironed out, and that no doubt will be discussed further if it was to come to a full plan in the future.
Thank you. Anybody else? Tom.
Thanks, Chair. So, as a general rule, I'm quite supportive of the scheme, but I do have concerns over this Sports England objection. So, with that hanging around, I'm probably not going to support it. My suggestion would be, and I'm not pushing this, I'm not fighting it. If you want to approve it, approve it. If you want to refuse it, refuse it. What would satisfy me is if we deferred it, told them to get rid of that Sports England objection.
Yeah.
And I'll support it.
Good
if they
idea.
Get rid of the Sports England objection, but I don't know whether that's wishful thinking. All I'm saying is I'm not approving it tonight. I'm not refusing it. My vote would defer it, get your act together with Sports England. If we do go down that road, there's a lot of questions that need answering. But as I said, if you want to approve it, approve it. If you want to refuse it, I'm not fighting other than for a brief deferral. Thank you.
And Tom, when you say a lot of questions that need answering, off the top of your head, which...
Well, there's a lot that have been raised in terms of enhancement. I need more information on enhancement.
Yeah.
Sports England, we can write to them, find out why they're still objection. Now, it might be we write to them and they don't come back to us in the time. If they don't come back, well, then we've done our best there. It would be nice to know what sort of funds we're talking about here. We don't really want to lose playing fields for schools without good provision. I don't perceive repairs to 3G pitches as an enhancement. I was told that the pitches would be realigned to match with Sports England. I'm going to need to see on a piece of paper what it is they're doing there. So with a brief bit of information and Sports England's objections, then I could potentially support the scheme, but I don't know what the appetite is for the rest of the committee. I might be minded to support it if I had more information on sports provision. I could potentially approve it without Sports England's approval, but I need to see what I'm looking at. It's just words on a bit of paper, and I'm not there, but I'm there in favour of the scheme. You know where I'm with this, but it's up to you guys. Thank you.
So effectively, there are question marks still hovering over the scheme, which make it difficult for you to make a decision either way at this stage. Yeah. Just to be clear on that. Sorry, Ash, did you want to come in?
So I was just going to address that question. So that technically is an option for committee. So you can obviously request officers to go back and work with the applicant and Sport England. It does appear based on Sport England's submission that matter is resolvable, but it's certainly something we could seek to resolve and come back to committee one way or another. Obviously, as always, there's the risk of non-determination appeal. There's an expiry date of a couple of days, but we just have to bear that in mind. But technically, yes, that is an option available to committee.
Thanks, Ash. Something I wanted to put back to the committee. One thing that we haven't really talked much about, but it does seem to be a bit of a concern, is the impact on the infrastructure around this parcel of land.
Exactly.
Yes, on the one hand, the way in which it's bounded by the railway line, the road, and the nature reserve means that, yes, on the one hand, it means that it can't sort of extend further than what's been proposed, but it also means that from this parcel of land, there is going to be traffic coming into and out of those roads and area. I've not heard much about that. Is that that's a concern for me. Is it a concern that strikes anybody else as a worry, or is no? Yeah, I mean, for me, if you've got a large triangular area like that and one side of the triangle you can't get out of because it's a railway line,
yeah,
it does mean that you're going to be putting a lot of traffic onto what are already quite heavily used roads.
yeah.
As Kathy's mentioned, one of those
That
roads
is a
in
sharp
particular is
turning down that bottom end, I
not
tell you.
exactly up to, or doesn't look like it would be up to the job. So I don't know whether those are considerations for conditions, or whether those are reasons why this shouldn't be here, but they are my concerns. And yes, I take into account, we have question marks regarding sports injury, etc., but I also have that concern. Steve.
It's a question really for David. The access that we've talked about, and carrying on from where the chair's talking about, the access coming out, which is, I understand where that is, it's sort of at the end of the Maple Creek built site, roughly. Is there something there to enable, because just thinking about it logically, the majority of the traffic's probably going to come out and turn right. And there's a lot of traffic that carries on through to Linford, and I think, as Councillor Sisterson said earlier, then you've also got the people turning up to the secondary school. So there's an awful lot going on there. So is there a provision
Roundabout?
for, I don't know, a way of coming out? Maybe Matt has looked at that.
What about a roundabout?
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Not an
it has been
easy
assessed.
solution.
And yes, we deem it to be acceptable in terms of the highway policy. The applicant has proposed a raised table type junction arrangement, so a traffic calming feature, and we've asked them to explore further traffic calming measures between the site access and the roundabout access to the school, which is further to the north. Part of the Maple Park development, there was an urbanisation of that lane. So along the entire frontage, it was urbanised in terms of cycle path, drainage features and stuff like that. And this is just on the edge of that. So there, from the junction point, it does go into the rural classification of Butts Lane. But the scheme that they've proposed in terms of the access is deemed to be acceptable in terms of policy. Yeah, it's literally just to the north of the crossing point from where the footpath is over to new development where the cycle path picks up. So it's just on the edge of that urbanisation effect.
Thanks, Joe. I was just picking up on what you were saying, that was all. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Steve. Any further comments?
Here we go.
Yep, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose if that does get very busy with traffic, especially at sort of rush hour school times, there will be a tendency to turn left. Then I'm not really sure where the road goes, because then there's the issue of the level crossing, isn't there? That's not a very safe level crossing by all accounts. So yeah, whether that will be addressed.
Through you, Chair. Butts Lane travels south to the junction of Mucking Wharf Road.
Yeah.
That's also where Walton Hall Lane picks up, and that continues into Linford.
Yeah, there's a tight area there.
Road and Buckham Hill Road junction. So people could go south to get out onto the A1013, but also could go into Linford and East Tilbury and out towards Chadwell as well. So technically, you wouldn't go over a level crossing unless you was going into East Tilbury or into the nature reserve area at Mucking Wharf Road.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, no more items of debate, then I propose to read the recommendation.
Are we voting?
Yeah.
Just to pick up on the question of possible brief deferment, would a site visit be a good idea, or I don't know how people feel? No, it's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But let's first off see where we are in terms of whether we are minded to approve this. So the recommendation is that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant permission for the development, subject to the completion of an S106 agreement, payment of RAMS, and those conditions set out in section 16 of this report. Do I have a proposer for that recommendation to approve? I have a proposer. Do I have a seconder? Okay, thank you. So Steve is proposing, should we count this seconding so we can go to a vote? All those in favour?
Oh, they're not waving their arms.
Ooh.
All those against?
Yeah, they vote against. Come on.
Now, just so I get it right. 3, 4 against? Okay. So the recommendation to grant permission falls. We now need an alternative recommendation.
What's the alternative?
Coming back to yours, Tom.
Yeah, so I'll come up with an alternative recommendation. So, as I said, I'm minded to support the scheme, but there's a final hurdle that needs clearing here with Sport England. And that will give us more flexibility because some of you may be against the scheme outright, but it also gives you guys an opportunity to add any other items of concern outstanding. You mentioned access. I don't know if we can get more information. I'm not sure there's much we can do. But my recommendation is to defer, and I need to see Sports England generally satisfied. If I think they're hardball, then I'll accept that maybe that hurdle can't be cleared. But what I want to hear is, I don't just want to hear the word enhancement. I want to actually see what we're getting if the students are going to lose that playing field. We need to see what we're getting. I'm hearing alignments of the football pitch. I mean, that's pretty basic stuff. That is that going to be an enhancement of 3G? Well, I would argue that is an enhancement because you're actually getting more. Something about a cricket pitch. I mean, is that a massive? I'm not so sure, but it could be. So that's what I need to see before I approve this. So that's my recommendation, a deferral. Thank you.
So if I can attempt to summarise, the recommendation is to defer pending A, clarity on Sport England's position, and B, the actual nature of any proposed enhancements, so that we can make a decision on whether they outweigh the harm to be done. Yeah. On that basis, do we have a proposer? Okay, seconder. So proposer is Tom, seconder is Aaron. All those in favour?
Yeah. Yeah, they're voting for that.
Against? I think that's everybody, so there aren't any abstentions. Right, so we have voted to defer this case, pending A, clarity on Sport England's position, and B, clarity on the enhancements that are being offered in exchange for losing playing field facilities. Okay, that brings us on to item 12. Item 12 is a returner. This is land adjacent to Chapel Farm and to the rear of High Road and Baker Street, Orsett.
Yeah, she's been going on
David,
and
I think
on
it's
and on and
yourself
on.
again, and perhaps you could explain to us why this one's coming back to us. I know people have
Because
been briefed,
you've
but just
had a backhander, mate. That's the reason
make
why
sure
it's coming
everyone's
back to
clear
you.
why it's come back.
Because you've had a backhander.
Yes, I don't know whether it will be helpful for members to be reappraised of what was being applied for first, and then if I run through the reasons why. So this application is outlined in red on your screens.
This is the section that's going to go over the where the lower Thames crossing is
east
going.
side of Baker Street and to the south of High Road. Principal access will be via a demolished dwelling on Baker Street. which is at the southern end of the site where the red line meets the roadway, with a road access into the main part of the built form.
Where's this get down at New Tilbury?
Yeah, this
The
is all
illustrative
set.
layout,
Sorry?
This is all set.
application.
Yeah, the Lower Thames crossing is going to go from Tilbury over Allsett to join up with the A13.
With a section of
and this section was all grassland, and they want to put houses on it. But the problem is, next to it, they're going to have the extensions for the Lower Thames crossing going over. So they deferred it until they knew what Lower Thames crossing was going to do with the land. Then they turned around and said, "Oh no, it's already been sectioned off," and blah blah blah. They all went, and they turned around. So the developer turned around and went, "You've promised me this land. You've given me these assurances, but because of Lower Thames crossing not getting back to them and causing a local plan and all that, they threw it out."
So there will be 50%
And they sued them.
And the scheme illustrates
Contractor sued them.
Slide in front of you.
So now it's got to come back to them now,
of the various
and they've got to accept it now, haven't they?
The affordable element, and that's made up.
It's all part of that Lower Thames crossing section that's supposed to be all grass built, so no one can go on it.
Which is the purple.
But no, they put bloody houses on it, didn't they? Thurrock Council welched on the deal.
I don't really want to go in what type of equipment is provided in the equipped play area. It's pretty self-evident, and members, I think, are fully appraised of.
Well, you want to watch this, or you want to go off?
Presented to committee.
Oh,
housing design.
We've heard of this one before, haven't we?
I know, as I said, it's because they fucked it up.
Fit the local
vernacular. Let's go off. Let's have a
discussion. The applicant has provided a number of street scenes.
Is it that one? Yeah, that's it. We're there. Yes, I've not been good the last couple of days. Now that I've found out what it is.
What you got?
Bloody water hammer.
Got what?
Water hammer.
What the fuck's that?
You can hear it now. Did you hear that bang? I thought it buggered up the downflow pipe.
You're plumbing. I thought you meant yourself personally.
No.
We're still live.
Eh?
We're still live.
We are.
Oh, sorry, I'm still on my phone, so I can't see.
I've not been sleeping because of it. I've not been sleeping because it's banging away like anything. And I said, "Oh, it's because we've banged out the guttering." So I got the bloke in to do the guttering. I mean, I know it needed doing because it was a copper pipe and it needed doing. But he's the one who buggered that junction up and all that other bleeding stuff up top and all that. But I did not. I really thought that the banging was because he buggered it up top. But he went up there today. He put a nail through it to make sure that it don't come out again. He said, "If that comes out now," he said, "I'm a dead man." I said, "Okay, fine. I'll leave it to you." He went home. And it started banging again, and I said, "No." I contacted him again. And I said, "Look," I said, "I think it's more than just bloody the bracket breaking or something." I said, "I don't know what he's done to it." And the next minute he came back to me and said, "You said you had a boiler fixed." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, don't you think it could be air in the system?" I said, "What do you mean by air in the system?" He said, "Water hammer." I said, "I've never bloody heard of water hammer." He said, "Yeah." He said, "If he's been playing about with your pipes." I said, "Yeah." He said, "There's nothing to do with the guttering." I said, "But he's the one who buggered up the guttering." I said, "That's why I thought it might be him." He said, "No." He said, "He's buggered up your piping instead, internal." And I thought, "Oh, fuck." So I've got a bloody water hammer, and it's fatal, isn't it, water hammer, because it can destroy the pipes. So I've bleeding paid out to get bloody. I mean, I don't need it doing. I did tell you needed doing, but so I paid out for that, even though he has buggered it up as well. That's what Aaron said. He said he's bugging it up totally, the pipe. But it's the fucking water hammer inside now. So I've got to get him out for that.
They're fucking changing it.
No, I'm not Dave's had to buy earplugs because he can't take it. I mean, I've done everything I can. I've had all the water in today to try and get it out. I've turned the stopcock off, back on again, all that to try and help it. I'm lost. I'll just, so I'm gonna have to bleed and get him back in. And then they want this bleeding service charge sorting out as well. I mean, how long I've been with bleeding Southern Housing? Over 20, 30 years nearly. And they never charged us for services, service charges. And then suddenly they done it last year, and then they cancelled it because they couldn't work it out. And now they sent me another letter saying that they're putting the service charges on it this year. And I'm thinking, what for? And I look, and it says for refuge collection. And I'm thinking, refuge collection? I said, that's for council.
It's council, yes. It's for your council tax.
Exactly. Bulky refuge. So I've just had enough of it. They've really got me down this last couple of weeks. Council.
I can understand it.
Yeah. So anyway, how are you?
I'm all right. Feeling better. Getting rid of this. Slowly getting rid of this coldy virus thing.
Yeah.
It's going.
Yeah.
It's going.
You look a bit different. You look a bit drawn out today.
Just tired. Just tired.
Yeah.
Just tired.
Yeah.
I feel all right though. I feel fine. I feel tired. I feel fine. I feel well. I went out for a walk this morning. I went out for a bit of a too long a walk because I can hurt my back now.
Yeah, same as me. My back's bleeding, killing me.
It's not bad. It's just niggly. I went out for a walk. I've been out for a few days because of weather and that. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm off to Pevensey tomorrow, so.
Oh, yeah, you're going to Pleasant Rise. It's lovely. Yeah. Well, used to be lovely down there. I haven't been down there for years.
Yeah.
Eastbourne.
Yeah, so we're heading down there.
We used to go down there just for a day out. We go to Pevensey Bay, get down there early, have a walk on the beach, sit on the beach, get a fish and chip lunch.
Yeah.
And then enjoy a bit of sunshine in the afternoon and come home. But yeah, Pevensey Bay, it's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I say it used to be, but there's a lot of places in Kent that I've been to for so many years.
No. That's Sussex, though, isn't it?
Eastbourne, yeah. It's East Sussex, yeah, just over the border.
Yeah.
Over the border-ish.
I thought we would have gone to Tunbridge Wells because I do like that. Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, Tunbridge Wells is nice.
Yeah, I do like that area. But they said no.
Yeah, but I've done a lot of the coastal towns for a long while.
We might do Bexhill on the way back, she said, but no. We have to see.
Yeah, we used to do a lot of them just like on a Sunday, just get in the car and go, where are we going today? Go down Sandgate or down Westgate, Sandgate way.
Yeah.
Just drive down. Just drive down. And then we just go up and down the coast road.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I've got something living in my beard.
Oh, I just put the link in, see if anyone wants to join.
Yeah, everyone's pop up, can't it?
Yeah.
But we used to frequent down that way quite a bit. Down the Kent Coast and Sussex Coast.
Yeah.
When we were younger.
Yeah.
As we grew up and people settled down and started families and just petered out. But also, I've been down that way for years.
No.
It's a Great Stone, Little Stone, Sandgate, Hythe,
Yeah.
All down there, Dungeness,
Wow.
all down that way. Yes.
Yeah.
St Mary's Bay,
Yeah.
loads of places down
Hmm. Yeah, because I'm monetised now. I thought I could find a way of taking the adverts off so that the adverts don't keep coming on, but there's nothing on there that shows you that. So I don't know. You turn it off. So
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't
no one
know.
said if I've received an advert or not. So I don't know.
I don't know. I might be able to work it out once I get my laptop set up. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah. So I've got to set that video up for you, and I once you get your one sorted out, that video that Spike made for you.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I like that.
I've got to ring him tomorrow. I've got to ring the IT guy tomorrow. So like, I've got all the gear in. And
Yeah.
what we're doing? You got to talk me through it, or are you going to come out and see it?
Or if you don't forget, write it all down what you need to know, like setting up. You said you have PayPal. You've got to set up your emails.
Yeah, but all on my own forecast. That's what I've done. So
yeah, set up your YouTube.
I went downstairs. Got me a reclining armchair with my A4 pad.
Yeah, sit all down and write all that out.
I wrote down what I need to put on it. So, yeah, I'll call in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Morning, and just go from there. So it's all here.
Yeah.
The laptop's here. The keyboard's here.
Yeah.
The stand, I haven't got a clue about because I don't know how it's supposed to work.
It might be one of those sit up and beg ones, as I said, where the laptops.
I think it is a sit up in bed stand rather than a.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like it.
Yeah, it's one of them ones.
I think.
Yeah, so basically, where you're looking at the screen now, that would be the laptop part of it.
Yeah.
Be that high up.
Yeah, I think it is a.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me get it out.
It looks
this
like
is one the Amazon driver left on top of the wheelie bin today.
The sit up and beg one. Yeah.
I think it is. I don't know.
Yeah. Because that's the only stands I know.
I don't know.
You actually saw one there in the meeting. That bloke had one.
And it sort of opens out.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
It's like that. It might be.
Yeah, it is. It's a grabber. Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah! Bastard! I'll be fucking fine. She's like, fuck, he's had my fucking finger off. Fuck up. Fucking thing.
Oh. Oh, stop banging.
Fucking lethal.
Yeah.
But, well, that's it. It's got like two legs.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. Must be a sit up in bed one. Probably use the top in bed anyway.
Nah, but that's what it is.
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be sit up. Then the laptop supports the stand, so don't fall down.
Yeah, so the laptop. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it must be one of them. Sit up in bed. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's fold it away.
Yeah.
Put it in this box. Put it somewhere safe.
Yeah.
I can't chop my finger off.
Well, at least you've got an Asus, and they're the next best thing, Asus.
I don't know. I will never play. There is a destruction leaflet with it, but obviously it's such a small thing. Yeah, everything comes with a destruction leaflet. They're good. Well, when you unload it, it's out. I mean, I can't even fucking see it.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking closed.
Have you charged it up yet, the laptop?
Nope. I ain't touched it. Nope, I ain't touched it.
All right.
I ain't touched it. Oh, God, what are you supposed to do? It was a big paper document. That's no good. That's like that. More recycling. That and there. I'm going to recycle it back. Right.
Yeah.
It's no good to me. I can't fucking read it, can I?
No.
And now this cardboard box is fighting me all the way. It won't shut up. Won't shut down. I want to make things easy anymore. Cardboard boxes you didn't have to put little tabs inside. You used to just slot on the top, didn't it?
Yeah.
The top used to slot on the bottom, and that was it.
Yeah. Oh.
And this fucking thing. Oh fuck it! Just put it down. Put it down so I can hold up.
Yeah.
Put it away in the corner. Out of the way. Out of the way. Okay, obviously it's a sit up in bed thing.
Yeah.
So I shall result to the time-old, honoured, trusty version of a stand because I want the laptop up higher.
Yeah.
Obviously, because this desk is an old sewing desk, so it's lower. But
right.
Yeah, it's my mum's. It's my mum's old sewing desk where she used to have a sewing machine on.
Right.
Of course, they're quite low because obviously when you're sewing.
Yeah.
So obviously, but since I've had the electrics done last year, the bulbs are brighter. So if the laptop where I sit, I'd have to have the laptop screen further back. It's going to get bleached out by the LED bulb. So I'm going to go to the time-old honoured fashion of the upside-down biscuit tin.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, the old upside down because I've got down in my pantry because this is an old house, so we have a pantry. We have a pantry. People call it a cupboard. No. It's a pantry. I've got some empty biscuit tins because I had a raid through this afternoon.
Gotcha.
And at a biscuit tin, they're slightly on the underside. They're not flat, are they?
No.
On a biscuit tin.
Yeah, they've got a little ridge.
That's it. So everybody's going to go rushing out there looking at the biscuit tins in the kitchen, like flying through the cupboards with that fucking biscuit tin.
What's this?
Oh, yeah, it's ridged.
Yeah.
So it's got a slight ridge. So you put the lid on. Don't even need the lid, but put the lid on the biscuit, turn it upside down. I'll put the laptop on there, which will bring it up about 3 inches in height.
Yeah, a little bit of air underneath it for the wind.
Ah, I've just come to that bit. Just coming to you're going to go and you're jumping my story.
Sorry.
So it'll raise the laptop up by about
an inch.
Not an inch. Biscuit tin is about 3 inches.
Oh, right.
3 inches?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, two. Not centimeters, woman.
I don't bloody know. I don't even know bloody what that is.
Must be about 3 inches of biscuit tin, or thing. I mean, it's got that ridge on it. So when you sit the laptop on it, you can get air underneath it, so the fans can, like in hot weather, because this room gets quite warm in the summer.
Yeah, same here.
I'll just sit it on a biscuit tin.
Yeah.
No, fuck it. It's time old fashioned biscuit tins. I've always said to everybody, never throw your biscuit tins out.
Welcome in, Rebel. He said he wishes you had 3 inches.
Do these fucking days, mate. I'll tell you, if I had 3 inches these days, I'll be like, hey.
Oh, it's funny how you said you could see in the dark.
I'm not seeing I can't see the fucking dark. I can't even see the fucking daylight, let alone the dark.
You said you knew where to put it.
That was years back. Yeah, so that's the nice to be able to go out, all meet up in the pub at like 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening, meet up in the pub. And then after about 17 pints of lager later, at 4:30 in the morning, we're still like, hey, let's go for it.
Yeah, you know where it was.
Well, it's weather days, not any fucking water.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, one of them days of fucking going out partying or fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Those days are over.
Yeah.
Walking home on a Sunday morning, it's daylight. You're like, I'm in bed yet.
Yeah.
What's the time? It's like 5:15 on a Sunday morning, middle of summer.
Oh,
The sun's up, it's broad daylight. You're like, I'm in bed yet.
Oh, God.
Just get home. I always remember that walking home. There'd be like other people walking home at that time of the morning. Absolutely, must have all looked like shit. Should be out of piss and God knows what time. Like 5 o'clock in the morning, sun's up, broad daylight, middle of summer.
Oh. God.
Getting home and thinking, oh my God, what the fuck happened last night? Who cares? Get in, shut the door, close off, bed, duvet, kip.
Yeah.
Wake up. Oh. Those were the days. Those were the days, my friend.
They felt the God. Yeah. So mum's all right, he says. So.
Yeah, mum's fine. Spoke to her today. She's fine.
Oh, good.
And she's good. She had a really nice lunch. I said, what did you have?
I've got to check if that video we posted.
I said, what did you have? What did you have for your lunch? She'll be what did you have for your breakfast? She said, I had scrambled egg on toast.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. She said, it's really nice. I said, right. She had a nice cup of tea and stuff, and then had some. They come round with some more toast if it was. So I said to the nurse, I said, can I have a sneaky slice of toast with marmalade on? I thought, oh, here it goes.
Oh.
It's like a fucking food waste disposal machine.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, she fucking eats like not even the hospital staff. Well, not sorry, the care home. Even the hospital staff when she was in hospital, but the care home staff. When I was speaking to them
Yeah.
Sunday, they said, "Can't believe how much she eats." Other residents sort of like pick at her food, and she's like just, she just eats it normally, and then eats a lot. And if there's anything left over, we say, "Would you like some more?" She goes, "Yeah, I don't want it. I don't like seeing food wasted." It's good food.
Oh, God.
No, so there's nothing of her. She only weighs about. What does she weigh? I don't know. I don't know what she weighs. Fucking hell, I don't know what she weighs. Don't weigh a lot. Well, weighs enough. You try picking her up off the floor as she's falling over.
Bad back, yeah.
With bad back and bad legs. You know, but she don't put any weight on. You know, she ain't like this big. What else? Like the carrot.
Yeah.
Don't say that. So he said, we don't know where she puts it. I said, what do you have for lunch? And she said, we had a choice. And they had steak and kidney pudding. So she said, I had that. She said, it was bloody lovely. She said, the steak was all tender and everything.
God.
I had ice cream with afterwards with, I don't know, she had it same shed with it. And then cheese and biscuits as well. So fucking hell.
Yeah.
Steak and kidney pudding with ice cream and cheese and biscuits. So, Jesus fucking Christ. What are you putting it, woman?
I know. Amazing.
She's eating well, so as long as she's eating, that's fine. But yeah, she's fine. She's all settled down. So she's still under assessment at the moment, but she hasn't had any calls for well over a week now.
I know. Bloody good, isn't it?
So that's why I think they want to keep her. That's why they want to keep her a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Just
I wonder if she was worried. Yeah. I wonder if she was worried because it's a new place, wasn't it? And now she's settled down.
Yeah. But when I spoke to the care team end of last week.
Yeah.
They said they want to keep her in a bit longer because she's not falling, she's more steady. But we just want to assess her that little bit more.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, yeah, that's
Yeah.
something to do. But they have duty of care. If she falls, they got to phone me and say, look, she's had a fall.
Yeah.
But I haven't had that phone call to say she's had a fall. That's been about 10
Yeah.
days now.
Yeah. So. Glad you answered. Yeah.
So yeah, she's fine. She's fine. She's good. She's happy. Been and the quiz down at, and then I spoke back to the jury nurse. I said, is she still interacting with everybody? She says, oh yeah, she's made really good friends down here. They're all just natter.
Well,
And we had a quiz this morning for about an hour, and she loves the quiz.
Yeah.
And she loves the crossword puzzles and stuff. And they do their knitting class in the afternoon. They're all sitting there knitting stuff for like.
Yeah.
What I don't know what it for.
No more needles on the floor. No more needles on the floor for you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I dropped my sewing needle. It's like I dropped a sewing needle. I was like, oh, I'll get down on my knees. I'm looking for this. Couldn't find the fucking thing. Could I? Remember that? No. Could I find that sewing needle? Could I? Fuck. It must have been about a week later. I was just changing her bedding. Fighting with her getting that duvet cover on. Oh, fucking hate changing duvet covers.
Oh, that's easy.
It fucking ain't easy. I'm a man. Changing a duvet cover ain't easy. Might be easier for you. It's not for us.
Oh, turn it inside out first.
Turn it inside out. It makes it. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I stood back and like, oh, what the fuck? It's like, fucking hell. And there it was, right through me fucking heel. I couldn't see it, I could feel it. I thought, oh, fuck. What, I get that? And I thought,
stop it. Oh.
I thought, what? Fuck no. I said, you're going to have to have a look at this. This went, oh, that's my sewing needle. Fucking thing's about 3 inches long. It's right through the fucking heel of my foot. I like to get there. I couldn't get hold of it to pull it out. So I had to hobble into the kitchen, go through my little toolbox I got, because all my main tools are down the caravan. So I've got a little toolbox on.
It's all down there.
I found this little pair of like long nose pliers, but like mini long nose pliers.
Yeah.
And I thought, so I had to fish around with them. And don't forget I'm visually impaired, so trying to find. I managed to grab it. I thought, I got it. I thought, fucking got the bastard. I pulled it out, and there it was, this fucking sewing needle. You know, right in it went.
Oh.
So there's your sewing needle. So, you know.
Yeah, my mum had that. She had a sewing needle for her index finger, for her nail and everything. So she had a nail that used to come over like a ridge.
Playful.
Those are the days.
Yeah, those were the days. So, but no, she's fine. I've got her a hair appointment booked tomorrow.
Oh, good. Yeah, you said, didn't you?
Yeah, but she doesn't know about it. It's
right.
secure.
Oh, I won't tell her.
I spoke to the duty nurse today and said she doesn't know about her hair being done tomorrow, does she?
Oh,
which we've kept it secret.
Yeah.
So so she's getting her hair done tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fuck knows how much that's going to cost. I don't care. It's my mum.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's getting her card and her chocolates, isn't she? So.
And yeah, then you very kindly arranged the cards and the chocolates.
Yeah. I'll better check that going through.
And then hopefully on Sunday, Pauline's going to bring my brother over.
Oh, good.
We go down because now I'm over this. Got rid of this bloody flu virus last, and then
Thursday 12 March.
Hopefully, not saying we are, but hopefully go down Sunday.
Yeah.
and then take my brother down to see my mum down the care home.
That's good.
So,
And that you're going as well, yeah?
yeah, I'll go down with Paul and
Hey.
yeah, I'll go down with my brother's carer.
Right. You haven't heard from your sister?
Huh?
You haven't heard from your sister?
No.
No?
Well, I have, but I spoke to my sister about 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
I
Is she up to speed then, so?
Yeah, she's up to speed, but I haven't heard back from
All right.
her. It's my sister. She's fucking useless. Always has been fucking useless.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd heard from my sister again.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, bloody hell.
Excuse me. Don't start smoking, baby. It's not good for you. Don't do you any good. Well, it does. It keeps you calm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't spoken to my sister. A couple of weeks back I got hold of her.
Right.
I managed to ring her on a mobile. I was ringing her house phone.
Yeah.
Not answering that, and then she eventually answered a mobile.
Mm.
I went, "Oh, hello, stranger." So I've been ringing your house phone. Oh, yeah, the ringers don't work on it anymore. Oh, fucking brilliant.
God.
Well, why don't you just get another house phone then? They ain't that expensive. I ain't got round to it. Well, I've been trying to get hold of you to get you a flight, but it's not her mum.
No.
Obviously, we had the same father, but we got different mothers.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, she's old. Oh, then I had a problem with my mobile phone. I couldn't get any incoming calls on that. I was like,
She lives up the road, doesn't she?
yeah, not far.
Oh, you could have walked round there.
I've done that before. I've walked around and knocked the door and there's no answer.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, that's what she's like. She's fucking useless.
Okay.
Well, she's my sister. I shouldn't say she's fucking. I shouldn't say she's fucking useless. But she is fucking useless.
Yeah, it's your family, but you know.
I mean, she's my family. As much as I love her,
Mm.
I don't. You know, she's my sister.
Yeah.
She's fucking useless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same with your bleeding cousins and all that, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's just fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said before, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. Ugh.
You back to the Pinot or are you still on the Sauvignon?
Sauvignon.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I thought a couple of hours one night, chill out night.
Yeah.
Not a busy day. Well, it was a busy day because I changed bedding and fucking washed clothes and
Yeah, I've done all that.
Hoover.
Yeah.
Went out, done a bit of shopping after the window cleaner had been. Got the window cleaner come, done the windows.
Yeah. So they had that bleeding down pipe changed.
You got that done. So the windows got cleaned. So I had a cup of tea and a chin wave with a window cleaner. It's a lovely lad who comes and does the windows. Does a really fucking good job for the money.
Yeah.
So I chatted with him. Then I went out for a walk. Oh, went out for a walk because the sun actually the cloud broke. The sun come out. I thought, what's that big fucking orange?
Yeah.
Yeah, it broke up, didn't it? That grey cloud just cleared over for a bit.
Yeah, that's when they come to do the back the downpipe.
Yeah, so I thought I'm going to go out for a walk. So I went out for a bit of just a gentle stroll.
Yeah.
Got down to Aldi, got a couple of bits and pieces in there. Not a lot. Yeah, got to Aldi, didn't need a lot.
No.
Got what I needed. Come back home. Tom got back home, it all clouded up again. So,
yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And,
I've got my little sticker for from Thurrock Council for me garden waste. Another 80 quid. I've got to try and get the old sticker off the bloody bin first, though, because I'm not bleeding putting it over top of it. So that's another bloody 80 quid.
How much?
80 quid for a garden refuge.
They charge you to take your garden refuge away.
Yeah, they do.
No?
Yeah, that's Thurrock Council for you.
Well, actually, I think thinking about it, I think they charge you. But I don't put mine in a brown bin. Well, I ain't got a fucking brown bin anyway, because I fucking nicked it.
Eh?
Oh, but Nick, well, we had a brown bin, but it disappeared years ago. Well, I wouldn't even live there when it disappeared.
Oh,
But then I've got all that wasteland.
yeah.
Not wasteland, at the back of the garages.
Yeah.
So, like, when I get the old garden that come in to cut the lawn,
Yeah.
so I just tip it all down there, mate. It just rots down. I'll tip grass cuttings down there for donkey's years, so do neighbours.
Yeah.
But I do believe what my next door neighbour was saying. They put theirs in a brown bin. They charge to take it away.
Yeah.
Charge for garden waste.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I won't be fucking charging me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's what I can't understand about Southern Housing when they turn around and said, yeah, we're charging you for bulky refuge and refuge collection. I said, no, that's on the council tax.
Mm.
Yeah. And estate management. I said, what, do you mean the bloke who comes around litter picking? Yeah, that him. I said, yeah, the Thurrock Council. Beautification. I said, no. I said, not worth you coming here for beautification, mate. I said, because beautification is under Thurrock Council.
Yeah, they charge for bulky collections around here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I had one done, not last year, the year before. I had some stuff to go.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Probably if you bunged the bin in a fibre, they'd have just chucked it straight in the back of the car anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, fucking...
That's 10 o'clock already. Wow.
10 o'clock already? Fuck, where was the day?
I know.
So I've got that done. I've got the hoovering done. I've got some clothes washed there, hung up there drying now.
Yeah.
Get them put away tomorrow, day after. What else did I do? I've done some. Just odd jobs. I'll clean the windows again inside because the window cleaner have been outside. So
yeah,
I've done the windows in here, clean them. Don't take long.
So when it comes to next year, we're not going to book up for a hotel now. Hey, Scoobs, welcome in.
Scoobs, Scoobs.
Yeah. We're not going to
So
book up.
Whereabouts next year?
When we go to Southampton the night before we go on the ship, we're not doing that now. We've decided we've booked up with the coach people, P&O coaches. They're going to pick us up in South Mims, so we've got to try and get a taxi to South Mims, and then they can pick us up on the day, and they'll take us straight to Southampton.
South Mims? Which one did Black go away bleeding South Mims for?
That's the closest you can get to. That is the closest they'll pick you up.
South Mims services?
Yeah, that's the closest. Yeah.
That's right up round, isn't it, South Mims?
I know, but it's not, no, you know, we really thought about.
Actually, sorry, I'm thinking of my side of the water, right?
No.
Yeah. From your side of the water, it ain't too bad, South Mims, is it?
Yeah,
my side of the water. I think I'd have to go over the Dartford crossing, go to like bloody South Mims, to be picked up, come all the way back over the Dartford crossing, and go back down.
But they go down the A3, don't they? Go down M1, pick up the A3
yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
It's surprising when you ain't driven for a couple of years how quick you lose your bearings.
Yeah. A1 and A3, innit?
That's it. Yeah, A3. Yeah, the South Mims is that side, isn't it?
A1, yeah.
Guildford, basic Guildford side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Southern side.
Not National Express, it's Intercruises, it's called. Scoobs, Intercruises of Edinburgh. So they go all over. They start up in Edinburgh, then they go Liverpool, Manchester. I think it's Leicester, then come down to London. So I think she said about 9:30 pickup. So I've got to try and get up early in the morning and get all our cases sorted out into a taxi. Get that sorted.
Personally, I just do a hotel the night before.
I know, but we thought about it.
Get into the hotel.
Yeah, I just thought to myself, we're going to do that in April. We're going to go down there for 3 nights to have a look at what's happening. I mean, I ain't been there since the 90s. See if it's changed. But I thought it was around.
That's last time when I went abroad. I mean, when I went to Portugal for that 3 nights.
Yeah, and the fuck we're going to be down there for it.
Yeah, the flight was from Stansted at 6:20 in the morning, which is like an early flight. I thought, fuck that. I just thought I had to search for a hotel. We were right opposite Stansted. You got the services. Can't remember the name of the services.
Yeah.
And they got a hotel in there, and it was quite cheap. It was only like 45 quid for the night.
Yeah.
I thought, and it's got its own bar and restaurant where you can get some food.
Yeah.
And you got all the services. There was a Waitrose.
Yeah.
The usual Burger King and shit like that. And I thought, fuck, leaving the early hours in the morning to get up to Stansted because I was booked in at the airport because it's only short term. I got a reasonable deal. Like 3 days parking in Stansted. That was about. I don't know, what did that work out? I went through one of these purple party or something like that.
Yeah.
Got it for about 38 quid.
Oh, right.
It was cheap. And I thought, that's all right. So I said Stinky Flat. I said, we're going up. We can check in the hotel from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're going to get the hotel off the M11 at 2 o'clock. Why do you want to get there at 2 o'clock for? Because I miss all the fucking traffic on the M25, you thick bitch.
Who's that then? Is it Stinky Flat?
Stinky Flat. When we was going to Portugal.
Portugal, not Spain.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I forgot. Oh, we ended up in Spain, didn't we? Yeah,
that one.
we ended up in Spain.
Yeah.
South Mediterranean. But when we was in the Mediterranean, it could have been worse. We did end up in the wrong country. We still got the flight on time. That's also fuck it. Just get up there, check in for 2 o'clock. You check in for 2 o'clock. The rooms were lovely. Bathrooms, a big walk-in, like wet room. The bathroom, it's fucking brilliant. It was. And its own little bar and restaurant. So we've got evening meal, which was really nice. A little bit pricey, but they're going to be.
Yeah.
And then there was a Waitrose next door, so we've got a couple of bottles of vino.
Yeah.
So just sat in a room, chilling out, and then a few hours, got a good night's sleep. Up early, checked out, drove out to the airport. I just literally the airport's out of services because it's on the roundabout. I mean, there's Stansted Airport. Park up in whatever blue car park or whatever fucking thing it was. Park up, walk along the terminal building in and luggage only, so you don't have to queue up. Put your bags in the hold, straight through, blip, straight through passports, through security, on a plane, and off to Portugal. I know, we didn't end up in Alicante.
Yeah.
Close. Very close.
Well, you knew that, didn't you? Because you booked the tickets. Could you you printed the tickets off?
I didn't book the tickets.
No, you printed the tickets off.
That's when I printed them off.
Yeah.
Like about 8 o'clock that evening. She wrote me up and says, "My printer's not working." So we're not that evening, no, not the night before we flew, because it was the hotel, it was the night before. She phoned me up and said, my printer's not working. I was like, well, reinstall the printer. And she went, how did you do that? And I was like, oh, God, no. I thought, I ain't going through that over the phone. I said, have you got it on email? She went, yeah. I said, are there files attached to the email? She went, yeah. I said, right, forward me the whole email. Don't try and download little bits. I said, just forward me the whole email, which she managed to work out to do.
Yeah.
So I just like, got it, and there it is. You got all your little attachments on the bottom: accommodation voucher, flight, boarding pass. Because we already checked. She'd already checked us in online because we had hand up. So it was checked in. She just needed the boarding pass.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to check in at the hotel. So I just clicked on it, printed it. Yes, result. Result. My wireless printer's working. This is good. This is a good sign. The wireless printer's working.
Yeah.
Portugal, here I come. And I checked the other email that I had to this quaint little place we were staying in, just out, about an hour's drive from Thurrock. I thought, it was only 3 nights, but I'm going to make the most of this. The old printer. Finished printing. I was like, right, let's get all this paperwork together. Hang on. Hang on a minute. I looked at the bottle that I was drinking. I thought, no, it can't be that. And don't forget, this is before my eyesight loss.
Yeah.
And then I looked, and it's your flights are as follows: STN, Ryanair, FR 798 0625 to ACL. ACL? That's fucking Alicante. We're supposed to be going to FRO, which is Faro. I thought, she sent me the wrong email. This must be one of her old, like when she used to go every September with her mates. I thought, she sent me the wrong fucking email. But I looked at the dates, it was like the day after.
Yeah.
It was like the day after. The dates were right.
Oh, yeah.
I phoned her up and said, So anyway, that's where we ended up in Benidorm.
So he says he booked to Alicante, but she also booked to Benidorm as well.
Yeah, she booked. Yeah, we booked. She managed to. Fuck knows how she done it. But she managed to book accommodation in Benidorm and flights to Alicante. But said we're going to Farnborough and staying in this little place. I can't remember the name of it. This little Portuguese place. They even sent me all the pictures.
Oh God!
I was like, right, it looks really quaint. Little quiet, sleepy village about an hour's drive from Faro Airport.
Oh,
Would be perfect. Went up in fucking Alicante, 16 floors up.
So he went to Benidorm.
He went to Benidorm. Went to Benidorm.
So Alicante to Benidorm. She actually saw that on there.
Oh yeah, it's there in black and white. I asked when they were up. He said, "We're not going to Portugal." She went, "We are going to Portugal." I said, "Not according to this travel itinerary." I said, "We're flying Ryanair FR flight number FR 738 at 0625 day after tomorrow. It goes to Alicante."
Yeah, and then after that, Benidorm.
And then the transfer says from there, the check-in at the whatever desk it is, whatever the name of the coach company was.
Oh, right, that way, right.
Yeah, do it by transfer. Just do it. It's cheaper. It's so much easier. And then we're staying in Benidorm.
Yeah.
At the whatever they were called, fucking apartments. It was on the 16th fucking floor.
Well, he likes it though.
16 fucking floors up. You look over the balcony, 16 floors up. It's like, fucking hell, spells. I thought, oh, I fucking don't like heights. I won't even get up the fucking ladder. I look out my bedroom window and I get fucking vertigo. You imagine being 16 fucking floors up. I definitely booked Portugal. Yeah, okay, well, I've got the paperwork in front of me that says different. Yeah, so we end up in Benidorm. That's all right. That's all right. It's only 3 nights.
Yeah.
If she'd booked a fortnight, I would have probably
murdered her.
There'd probably been suicide by drowning in the sea, or murder, or an accident off the balcony, or food poisoning, or something.
What was that one with that bus, isn't it, you said? One with a coach. That one with a coach, you said. That one.
What? Sorry, love.
The coach trip one, you said, didn't you? Where you
Fuck that up. That was that one. That was in Tenerife.
Oh, Tenerife.
Yeah. Because we were staying in the north of the island now. The airport. There's two airports in Tenerife.
Yeah.
You've got Tenerife North and you've got Tenerife South. Now all the charter flights, like EasyJet, Ryanair, Vueling, all the charter flights going to Tenerife South.
Yeah.
Because that's where most of the results are. You've got Players de las Americas. I can't remember the other names of the other ones. They're all in the south. Whereas we were staying in Puerto de la Cruz, which is in the north.
Right.
And from the south, from Tenerife South Airport up to Puerto, it's a fair old drive. On a coach, it's good hour. It's a good over an hour on the motorway before we get there. So, because it's right in the north of the island. But Tenerife North only takes scheduled flights like British Airways and KLM, where you pay lots of money.
Yeah.
That's why all the charter flights going to TFS, Tenerife South.
Yeah.
So the last night of the holiday, booked this, do you want to go on this medieval night? I thought, yeah. Looked at the brochure in the hotel. I thought, oh, it was good. You get all your food, all your wine, and that's all included. And they do like horse displays and jousting displays, and it's a medieval night. Cool. But it's right down south, past Tenerife South, past the resorts like Players, and that down there. It's right down the bottom corner.
Yeah.
Of Tenerife. So they offer 3 coach transfers. They offer, I don't know, it's 3 or 2. No, they offer not coach transfer. They offer 3 tickets. The one, if you're hoteling nearby, where you can walk to it or get a taxi. The second one is like they do the trip booked with a coach. If you're staying in like Playa de la America or around that way, which is a few more euros, but you get coached. Yeah. Or they do the dearer trip where they've got to send a coach all the way up to Puerto, where we were staying, because they've got to come all the way back down the motorway, drop you off for the night, pick you all up, take you all the way back up to Puerto. And then the driver's got to come all the way back down for the next morning run, where next morning he's going to go, fuck me, what a fucking day. Then he's got to run, or the coach will run to Tenerife South to take holiday makers back and pick up holiday makers coming in.
Yeah.
So she booked the cheapest one, where it's like we was going to walk to it or get a local taxi.
Oh.
Yeah. So I was really looking forward to this night. So I didn't have an evening meal at the hotel because it was like all the food was there, like proper medieval banquet night. It's cooked meat. And they say you just dive in with your fingers. It's a banquet. It's medieval.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got knives and forks if you want it, but you just pick up big lumps of chicken and just, it's medieval. So we're sitting at this coach pickup point, and this coach didn't appear. This coach didn't appear. And it was like, well, time's getting on. So she rang them. And I rang them on the number. And I said, no, madam, you've only booked the night only, the medieval night only. You haven't booked any coach transfers. Oh, she went, well, I did book the coach transfers. And they weren't. She had all the paperwork on her phone. And it was there. She hadn't booked the coach transfers. She'd booked the cheapest. There was like 3 prices. So she went for the cheapest one.
Yeah.
So there was no coach coming to get us.
No. So you didn't go nowhere?
We didn't go nowhere. So we spent the last night. I spent the last night sitting in the hotel.
Yeah. God.
Brilliant. It's just fucking useless. Anything like that is fucking useless.
Well, you found her. You found her on Plenty of Fish.
No. What a mistake that was. No, never mind. So we didn't get to the medieval night. I didn't get to rich whole grilled chickens apart with bare hands and.
Oh well.
Oh well, not worry.
Oh.
So we went out. We had to go out get same week because we missed dinner at the hotel because we went to go to this medieval banquet.
Yeah.
So we went out. Yes, must admit, found a quaint little restaurant. Very nice Spanish restaurant, and I had this beautiful grilled, like seared pork steak with like a mushroom sauce and sauteed potatoes and veg. It was very, very nice. It was like yum yum.
Yeah. Said you should have gone to Ramsgate, Rebel Bert says you get an inclusive hotel and food thrown in.
Yeah.
Oh. And then scoop plenty of fakes, not plenty of fish, plenty of fucking bots, etc.
Oh, that fucking went. Oh, that is. Oh, I've had a few dates off of there, and Jesus Christ. Yeah, never mind.
Well, you did it, not me.
Well, yeah.
You just put down Maidstone, did you? That was it.
Well, no, because I was down the island at the time. I was living down Caravan. So I just put in the search range to like 20 miles of the postcode.
Yeah.
And then just came up, Messaged a few people, didn't get a message back. Messaged a few people, got some messages back. Arranged a date, went out on some dates, and it was like, yeah, but no.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yeah, Rebel says he met a bird from Plenty of Fish, went like the clappers. Was she a good shag though, Serenity says?
No.
No. Oh, love.
Love? What are you doing, love? Love. What are you doing that for? I'm not interested. I'm love. Honestly, God, you might have gone down your local fucking fruit and veg wholesalers, bought a sack of fucking potatoes and took that to bed. It'd have been more fun. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, But you got the bloody gall to turn around and say, "Go and get your stuff from your caravan."
Yeah, I did in the end, yeah. It was fucking enough. Fucking enough. I had enough. And I said, that's it. I can't do anything with it. There's more to life than sitting and watching fucking telly all weekend.
Yeah.
Especially in the middle of the summer.
Yeah. And trying to understand it all in Spanish. Yeah. Yeah.
Hiding in the caravan. She's come down caravan. Get her on a Friday night. I'll have the candles going. I'll have the incense going.
Are you joking?
Yeah, I'll have Alexa playing some gentle Spanish guitar music. A nice chicken dish bubbling away in the slow cooker. And she'd be like, love, yeah. So, can I put a telly on? Oh, I was like, fuck you, yeah.
I couldn't believe it when you said about you were painting a bedroom or something, and she's downstairs watching NCIS.
Yeah, I was doing. I done that. I was putting she put a load of flat pack furniture.
Oh, flat pack furniture.
So put all that together. I said, can I have hand just to support the size while I put the roof panel on? The wardrobe. I just need to watch the end of NCIS. No, you need to come upstairs now and hold the sides while I put the roof panel on and your flat pack fucking furniture. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh,
yeah, but I saw that on camera, all romantic. It was lovely there, incense going, the old nard charm. It's all windy. But the nard charm going, the tea lights going, the scented candles going, beautiful chicken dish bubbling away in a slow cooker. It's like,
yeah.
Can I put telly on? Oh, Scott. Fucking hell. Telly. Fucking telly. Addicted to the fucking thing.
Yeah. Same here. Mm. Oh, well.
Anyway, talking. I've got a letter through, so I've got to go and shake the snake, shall we say.
My next coach trip is tomorrow. Coach trip. We're going to Pevensey Bay, but I'll let you go. You're going to go to the toilet.
I've got to go and shake the snake.
All right.
I mean, I need to go for about the last hour. But now it's got to the stage of like, I've got to go.
Yeah.
Oh, might be back. 1, 2, 3. Ah!
Yeah, so. Yeah, so I've got this bleeding water hammer I've got to bleeding try and deal with. Not bloody sleeping at night because of it. Dave's got bloody earplugs in. Should never have bleeding had it done. Yeah. I even said to him, just fix the bloody condensation pipe and no, the boiler's got to be changed. I thought, oh, fuck it. Yeah, so off tomorrow to Pevensey Bay, starring, get us out of the house for the day. Yeah, bloody southern housing. And that bloody pipe, external downpipe. I know the accent, I keep saying, it needed doing, but he's just forced me hand off in that black bloke. He's just buggered it all up. All different bleeding pipes everywhere. Broke that bleeding one up top. All that banging, and we thought it's bloody because he broke the pelmet up top. I know, yeah, that was me staying at home and bleeding, worrying too much about this foxy bleeding water hammer. If you're bringing something up, hide it. Avert your eyes if you're bringing a bottle up, guys. Hide it behind your back if you're coming in with a bottle.
Oh, I'll come with a bottle. I've already got one.
Right.
I want to give you a bottle. It's my fucking house. I do what I want.
Okay. We're live.
That's better.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, that's better.
What was we saying then? Yeah.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I've got this letter today. What the fuck is it? Oh, fuck me.
Oh, what?
I've been doing there's nothing I've been doing. I've been sorting through paperwork.
BBC.
I sorted through paperwork and there's like a pile of paperwork here. Just needs bagging up tomorrow because they're coming for the recycling tomorrow. So I can all go.
Right.
It's just like a pile on the floor. So from being in drawers, it's now on the floor. So tomorrow morning, from the floor, it'll go into a counter bag, and that'll go straight into the recycling bin. Ah, yes, that's what it's doing.
Ideal Logic too. We got.
I've got this one here today. This one, it's one of my favourite letters. I like it.
BBC.
It's from TV licensing. I love these. I think they're so funny. They make my day.
Yeah, don't
One a
dox
month,
yourself.
isn't it?
Yeah.
One dogs himself. So
Yeah. You can't see it.
I can't because I'm blind, am I? Until oh fuck me, hang on, my battery's gone now. Hang on, oh, for fuck's sake. It's never fucking ended. No matter what you fucking try to do, it's over there. Hang on, where's that lead? It's there. Hang on. It's gonna go fuzzy.
He's already got himself. He lives in Maidstone.
Yeah, I live in Maidstone. Shithole. Fucking shithole. Biggest fucking shit. County town of Kent.
Yeah.
Fuck
Just
me.
outside Chatham.
Chatham! I don't know what's fucking worse now. Medway Towns or Maidstone. Must be about a level par.
I always thought Maidstone was on the Medway, so it's a
He's
Medway
on the
town.
Medway.
Well,
Maidstone is on the Medway.
so it's a Medway town then.
It's not Medway Town, it's Maidstone.
Yeah, but it's Medway.
Yeah, it's got the river Medway flows through it, through the middle of it.
Yeah.
Shame it didn't flow a bit harder, it might wash
Yeah.
some more of it away.
Right, so
No,
how
it's
much
got-
is the TV licence then?
No, I ain't got that far. I didn't even
Oh,
know. I'm paying for a TV licence, don't need one. So the letter's addressed. Love. Of love.
He wants to watch TV.
It's addressed the legal occupier.
Right. Oh, love.
Love. Then obviously the address. That's obviously how the postman got
I watch NCIS.
There's not, I can't show it. Yes, I can. No, I can't. I've got to fold it over.
Maidstone, where?
Maidstone in Kent. I'll fold it over like that. I can't dox myself into it. I don't want to dox myself. He's got this big blue writing on here. Don't you see it?
8th of March.
Is it 8th?
8th.
Ah, okay.
No, over. Left. 18th.
No,
Fine.
no, no. Yeah, that's it. I'll fold it back on. I don't want to dox myself.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah. Will you be in on the 18th of March?
Right.
How the fucking hell would I know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just TV licensing.
Yeah.
You get the scaremongering text, you know, like big blue letters. Will you be in for March?
Yeah.
Well, one, I ain't got a fucking clue.
Yeah.
And two, if I am, I'll get a knock on the door. I'll just stick me out the window. Hello, mate, can I help you? Yeah, I'm from TV licensing. No, thanks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's. But it didn't come in a red envelope like last month on Valentine's Week. Remember last week?
Yeah.
Leading up to Valentine's Day, they sent it in a red envelope, and I thought, at least they sent me a Valentine's card.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm just going to pop my threatening letter from TV licensing somewhere safe.
In the bin.
What's that down there? Oh, that's my recycling pile for tomorrow for when they come and click recycling. In you go. I thought, yeah, I've got a red letter, a red envelope from the post. I was like, rub my hands together.
Yeah. Someone
sent me a Valentine's card. Opened it up, TV licensing, Valentine's Week. Sent me a letter saying there's no TV license registered at this address. And I fucking know that. Well, I fucking know that, but it's in a red envelope.
Yeah, but you phoned them up though, haven't you?
Yeah, phone them up about 2 years ago.
Yeah, you phone them up.
Tell them. So we don't need TV licence.
Mm.
Don't need TV licence. I said we don't have any equipment to well, we do have. Well, we've got smart TV, but my mum don't use a smart TV. I don't use a smart TV. I don't watch TV because I fucking hate TV. It's just no nothing on there. I phone him up. I said all my mum watches is Freeview. He went to me on the phone. He went, "Oh, but that's a live broadcast."
Yeah.
I went, "You what?" He went, "That's a live broadcast." I said, "How can MASH be a live broadcast? It was filmed in 1973. Half the fucking cast are dead. It's not a live broadcast, is it? Oh, it's a live broadcast. You need a TV licence for that." Oh, fuck off, mate.
Yeah.
I said, "You don't need a TV licence for now." Now I'm getting fucking one a month letters. Now they're asking me, "Am I going to be in next Wednesday?"
Next Wednesday.
Is that the 18th, next Wednesday?
Yeah, next Wednesday.
Fuck me, this month's gone. Put on. Am I going to be in on the 18th? I don't fucking know, do I?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, because an enforcement officer. No, a door-to-door salesman.
17th, we're going to one for dogs again.
Oh, they won't turn up. This is a threatening letter to get you know.
We've got Duxford on the 21st, and then that Lower Thames crossing thing on the 28th. But you can't get down to where is it in Dartford? Can you get to Dartford?
I'll get Dartford.
Yeah, I think it's Dartford again.
Possibly.
Dartford or Blue Waters, I think it is. Because I've got one in Lakeside, Lower Thames crossing. And it's either Dartford or I think it might be Blue Waters. Yeah.
I can possibly get there.
Yeah.
So I just have to rely on public transport. If I could still drive.
Yeah.
You know, if my eyesight ain't gone and I could still drive, I could just say, yeah, no problem, just jump in the front car.
Yeah. Oh, so that's what they do. My mum had to have a TV licence. But yet my mum's mate didn't. That's what made me so mad. Yeah, my mum was 75. TV licence.
Yeah, like I said, there's 3 reasons to need a TV licence. If you watch BBC iPlayer, you need a TV licence. If you download and record from BBC iPlayer, you need a TV licence.
Yeah.
If you watch live broadcasts by the BBC, you need a TV licence.
Yeah.
If you watch anything else, apart from them 3 items, you don't need one. Contrary to what they will say anything to get you to part with £174 and 50p for a TV licence. You don't need.
Yeah.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
But people just do it out of natural things like buy TV licence. And they just pay it for years.
Brunch just put down the problem is you contacted them. They know your name. They know where you are.
Yeah, but they don't because the letter comes addressed to the legal occupier.
But when you contacted them.
Yeah, when I contacted them, actually no, I didn't give them my details. I gave them my mum's details.
Yeah.
Because the TV licence just come through in her name. I said one she's 91 then, I think, and I said 2 she don't watch this stuff, so she doesn't need a TV licence.
Yeah.
But then he started saying, "Oh, well, if she watches Freeview, it's a live broadcast." Sorry, Randall and Hopkirk deceased, which was filmed in
68.
Bill filmed in the late 60s.
Yeah.
That's not a live broadcast. That's a program, not distributed by the BBC or BBC Productions or BBC Drama Limited or any company like that. She don't need TV licence. So I tell them fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, legal occupier, yeah, that's right.
Everyone always put legal occupier.
My £80 from Thurrock Council said legal occupier on it. Yeah, it doesn't say my name on it.
What's it? Don't say your name. Put it in the bin.
Yeah.
Bin it.
Yeah, legal occupier for me £80 I got on it.
Yeah, put the legal occupier. It could be anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, don't tell them, Pike. Yeah.
What's it? Don't tell them. Fuck them.
I met him.
Got that there today. They said, "Are you in? Are you at home?" Or I said, "On the 18th, possibly." Don't give a fuck of them. If you do come round, which they won't, it's a threatening letter to get you to ring up and pay £174.50 to pay a convicted paedophile named Hugh Evans his pension, because he gets a full pension off the BBC, even though he's a convicted paedophile, he still gets a full pension off the BBC and need to fund it.
Your name will also go down on the list. What is it? Don't tell him, Pike. Yeah, I met him. He starred with Tony Hancock. Is it Philip Maddock? He starred with Tony Hancock. So I was down there. And every time we was in there, all the time we was like having a drink and all that. All you could hear was, "Your name will also go down the list." And I was going, "Oh, stop it." Oh, I still remember that.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck them. They come around on the 18th for one. Knock on the door. Just look out the top window. Can I help you? Hello, yeah, I'm from TV licensing. No, thanks, mate.
Yeah.
They won't turn up. They won't turn up. They won't turn up. It's just a threat. It's just a threat to get £174.50 out of them. Which, unfortunately, one, they're not going to get it, because then two, I don't need a TV licence because I don't watch the fucking telly.
No, exactly. But it's the same as like watching YouTube. They're going to try and get it that way, aren't you? When you're watching live.
It's a live broadcast. It's not a live broadcast by the BBC.
No.
You don't need TV licence.
But they want to try and do YouTube for it, don't they? BBC.
Well, they do, because that's what people are doing. They're connecting their devices to the smart, like I used to do down the caravan.
Yeah.
I used to my laptop connected via the Wi-Fi to my TV.
Yeah.
So I had a 42 inch, how big it was, 42 inch? I think it was 42 inch TV.
You had it RJ cabled in, did you?
No, it went by Bluetooth.
Oh, Bluetooth. Oh, well, that's good.
I used to have it cabled in.
Yeah.
Well, no, I had the old TV, because my old telly had to be USB cable from the laptop to the TV.
Yeah.
But when that TV went bang, after all the years, and I had to wave goodbye to it into the back of the skip lorry, I bought that new Sharp fucking ultra
smart
LED,
TV.
smart LED HD whatever. I don't fucking know. It's a fucking telly. It's a fucking TV kid. And then I found out, and you could connect your laptop via your router, like the internet.
Yeah.
You connect the TV to the internet because it gives you that option, and it picked up the Wi-Fi signal, come up connected.
Yeah.
Then you can connect your laptop to it, and then so you could sort out a video on YouTube you wanted to watch. And down the bottom right-hand corner, it said "View on TV."
Yeah.
And if you click on "View on TV," it come up on the telly.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's not a live broadcast by the BBC. If someone's doing a live stream, it's not a live stream via the BBC. So you don't need TV licence.
Yeah.
Don't need one.
Yeah.
Don't need TV licence.
No. Always give a fake address when buying a TV. You can't really do that on like Amazon, because I bought mine off of Amazon. Yeah.
Well, they're all those things you buy TV, they submit details in them.
But then all these cheap ones, there's that bloke in Cornwall who fixes TVs. And he says all these people that go out and buy all these Samsungs and all that. And I said, yeah, I've got a Samsung. And he said, all got problems with them within 2 years. And touch wood, I haven't yet. But then again, probably turn it on tomorrow, I will.
Yeah, probably turn it on tomorrow. And pop, bang, big puff of smoke out the back, and you'll be sitting there with a remote control in your hand going,
What have I done?
Bastard.
Yeah.
Bastard.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what my old LG done to me. I had it years. I had about 15 years at LG TV.
Yeah. I had my Samsung's.
Excuse me. The picture was perfect.
Yeah, same here.
The sound was perfect. It's a 15-year-old telly. It travelled with me all over the land. And I was watching England, I think it was a World Cup qualifier. It got about, must have been about 5 minutes for full time. And England were winning. They was winning. And next thing, the whole screen started drifting. I thought, what the fuck's happening with this?
You drunk?
I thought it might be me. I thought, oh, what, that's too much. Might have had too much beer tonight. And all of a sudden, it just made a really funny noise. It black screened out, went pop. This big puff of smoke come out the back of it. I was like,
smoking.
I was like, that's fucked. That's fucked. Cheers.
Yeah.
Could have fucking blew up during Coronation Street or Emmerdale. But no, it had to blow up 5 minutes before the end of the fucking England game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah, I had a Sony, but we that stuff where you turn around and say, "Oh, never leave a Sony on standby," so I always turn it off. So we turned it off, went to bed, turned it on the next day, wouldn't work, and the bloke said, "You've blown it up." I thought, "Oh God, no, that's it." We always leave it on standby.
Yeah, 5 minutes before the end of the football England game. Pop. What's that? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking brilliant.
So
the time I got my laptop fired up, then tried to scurry around on the laptop trying to find the game had finished, but we won.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, that's when I went out when I bought the Shark. That's when I bought the Shark.
Yeah.
Bloody good stuff.
TVs you can get, can't you?
Huh?
70-inch TVs you can buy now, TLC TVs or high sense TVs.
Yeah, I mean, they're massive,
yeah. Yeah.
It's the size of the tellies you get now. I mean, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Unreal, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, that Samsung UE55AU 7100, that's the one that bloke was talking about, I think. But he comes, where does he come from? Cornwall. Can't remember which.
Yeah, well, I bought two of these Sharp ones because my mum's telly was not that good. But I was living down a caravan. My old LG had just gone pop.
Yeah.
So I went on. They were expensive. It was only under 300 quid. I think there's like 299.
Yeah.
And I looked at the spec and I thought I like to measure it up because I like to get the measurements because being in a caravan, I was restricted with space where I could put it.
Yeah.
Being a 42 from a 32 to a 42. So I had to measure up.
Right, this guy.
And then on the it was Argos. I put it off Argos Direct, but they had all the spec on them.
Yeah.
The size of the frame with the legs on the bottom, bit screwed on. It gives you the height.
Yeah.
And I was like, I measured up. And I measured again. Remember, measure twice. Measure twice. Once.
Yeah.
So I measured up. And I had about 3 mil. About 3 mil of clearance because I've got down the caravan. You got the top where you put the TV on, and above it you open out cupboards, glass fronted open out cupboards where you put your wine glasses, beer glasses, and whatever else glasses.
Yeah.
And then it's there. It's like, fuck man. The last thing I want to do is start hacking wood off, and it come in like about 3 mil clearance.
Yeah.
And I thought this is going to be a gamble.
Amazing.
But anyway, I ordered two. One for my mum's and one for me. And I got it down the caravan and fucking unpacked it and put the feet on and slid it in. And luckily enough, the specification sheet that was online available was definitely right because it just about fitted under with that little tiny bit of clearance. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, thank you.
Oh,
I can watch the next England game now.
yeah. That's good then. Yeah. But there's like TLCs and Hisense. He said they don't last long. He said, but you're talking like 100 inch projector or like a projector, like a TV, and it's doesn't last. But you're talking less than 300 quid. And I thought that might do me for taking the other end of the garden. Because I won't be going down there all the time, but at least I can have it on down there for a couple of hours and get one of those. What they call them? Like the stands where you can wheel them. Yeah, wheel it around. I thought about something like that. And then when I'm trying to do me cycling and all that, when you push your bloody arms and all that, I can watch TV. Oh, love, I can watch TV.
Love. Love. Oh, love, it's all in Spanish. Yeah, because we're in fucking Spain. What do you expect?
Yeah, so I thought I might do that.
Yeah, I can't understand what they're saying. Yeah, because it's Spanish. Can you translate it? No.
Yeah.
Because they're talking too fast. They're talking too fast.
Yeah.
Oh, love, this menu, it's all in Spanish. Yeah, because we're in Spain.
Yeah.
We're in Spain. What are you going to get? The TV guide's all in Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're in Spain. We're in Spain. If it was in Germany, it'd be a fucking German.
Yeah. Never spent more than 500 on TV. I paid 700 for mine.
I think I paid $2.99 for these sharp ones.
I paid 700.
They're brilliant. And that one, I mean, obviously that one downstairs, I haven't turned it on since my mum went into hospital back in just before Christmas because I can't stand the fucking telly.
Yeah.
But she used to watch it every night. And she loves it. It's a really, when I bought it for her.
Yeah.
And she thought it's a really good thing. But I ain't turned it on. I ain't turned it on since.
Yeah.
Well, since she went that night, I had to get her to hospital because she fell and fucking hit her head.
Yeah. Was that a sharp TV or not?
That's sharp. Yeah, that's a sharp.
Yeah, they're both sharp, right?
But I ain't turned it on. I've got no reason to turn it on because I can't see the fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, TLC, it said 70-inch TV for like 400 quid, and I thought that might be good. Yeah, oh, wait along.
It's not anything. It's not anything technology-wise. It first comes out, it's expensive, and then it slowly comes down in price, and it's affordable for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got rain coming in now, we have.
When's it going to rain?
I've just got rain alarms, so in the next hour. Got rain coming.
Oh, like the thunderstorm warning we had yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That never happened.
No.
Severe connectivity storms expected in this area.
Yeah.
I thought, good. I'll lie on my bed, I'll open the curtains up, open the window up slightly, but I'll sit there and watch the light and then listen to the thunder and the rain pouring.
Exactly.
Nope, it didn't happen.
No. Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Has it got a 55-inch now? Wow. Yeah, I do like me Samsung's. Got a Samsung phone. Yeah. Yeah, I know, yeah. Samsung, yeah, I know. Samsung do everything, don't they? Yeah. Sat nav as well. Trying to get in with Google. Yeah, things that Samson do.
Well, it's cool tech.
I know.
Cool tech.
Oh, he's put one up.
It's cool tech. So,
Yeah.
it's hard getting a flight these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to go have a flight somewhere.
Oh wow.
Years ago, you used to have to go down to travel agents, go through the holiday brochures and book it all through there. Now you just type in www.easyjet.com. Boom. There it is.
You're away.
Book a flight and you're away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Print your stuff off. Beep, 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 beep. There you go. Get to the airport. Blip. In.
Yeah.
Get on board. Sit yourself down. Seatbelt on.
You can't drive no more. They haven't taken your driving licence away yet, though, have they? But
not yet. No, I've not.
Yeah.
No, I haven't had the letter yet, but it'll come.
Yeah. And you still haven't heard about your CT scan?
Nope, nothing heard about the CT scan.
No.
Why they want to send me for a CT scan, I don't know. So I've had a CT scan.
Because your diagnosis now about your eyes, isn't it? Now you know the truth.
Yeah, that's been diagnosed. I know what doctor wants to send for CT scans. They've done me bloods.
Yeah.
They all come back normal. Everything come back normal.
Like your mum, yeah.
All come back normal. And she was like, I want to send you for a CT scan because your bloods are normal. You want to send me for? I said, what do you want to send me for a CT scan for? If everything's normal.
Yeah.
I've been diagnosed with what it is.
Probably, yeah.
And I haven't got any abdominal pain, anything like that. Nothing like that. All my bloods are normal. My blood pressure's normal. My white and red blood cells are normal. Everything.
Yeah.
Finger up the arse was normal.
Yeah.
So it's all normal. No one sent me to say CT scan now.
Yeah.
But I ain't had the appointment for it yet. But when I get it, okay.
And so that bloke in Herne Bay, and his doctor's in Maidstone, and he was in and out in a week.
Well, probably depends on your doctor's surgery.
Well, he says doctor's surgery's in Maidstone, but he comes from
There's
Herne Bay.
lots of doctor surgeries in Maidstone, not just one.
I know.
It depends which one you're with, how much catchment area they got, how many patients they got in the books.
Yeah, but it's a long way, Herne Bay, isn't it, to Maidstone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair old shot at Herne Bay.
Yeah.
Just depends on your catchment area.
Yeah.
Depends on the catchment area.
Yeah, I don't like Bixby. No, I'm not a Bixby. But you like Alexa. I'm all right with Alexa, but Google's all right as well.
Alexa's good. I like Alexa.
Yeah.
I've got my Alexa at the moment. No?
Yeah.
We're having a couple of weeks' time.
Not Bixby. Oh, what are you having then?
I'm having.
Oh, yeah. You getting another Alexa?
Yeah, I've got my Alexa. I just have caravan. But when I go down in a couple of weeks' time to do caravan,
Right.
I'll have my Alexa back in the room. I'll have to subscribe to Amazon Music.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is a month now. Might probably gone up for what it used to be, but even if it's a fucking tenner a month, it's still cheap. Well, how much Amazon Music is now?
Yeah.
I it used to be £6 a month.
Yeah.
You can buy a fucking CD in a shop, fucking that, and then you've got 20 million tracks available.
Spotify.
Oh, I'm not getting into all that. So it's too technical, and two, I'm visually impaired.
Yeah.
It's too much information to try and.
Yeah, I've got a joint account with Dave with Spotify. That's good.
Yeah, but I just want to sit here overnight and go, Alexa, could we play some loud rock music to annoy the neighbours?
Yeah.
That's like doing caravan. You know, that's what it's done now. It's what it costs it used to be £6 a month. It's probably gone up. It's been a couple of years, well, it's been about 3 years since I used my Alexa because it's down a caravan.
I know, exactly.
But it's probably gone up. I don't care if it's 10 quid a month. Yeah, but for 10 quid, and you've got over 20 million music tracks, all your favourite music, you ain't got to shift through fucking box after box of CDs, stick it in your CD player, sit through to the track you want to hear. Just tell Alexa to play it.
Exactly.
Job done. If it's 10 quid a month.
Mm.
I mean, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's better than 10 quid a month.
Mm.
Yeah. Alexa, play Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
It plays it. You haven't got fuck around looking for it.
No.
But we will see. We will see. Well, I won't see. I won't see it again, but we will just wait till I get the caravan key, get rid of that, and then I'll sort it out in it. I'll have my IT set up for me,
Mm.
and then go from there.
Yeah.
Go from there. Just put one day at a time. One day at a time.
Well, at least you're going to see your mum soon now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But you just got to sort out somebody to get you down to your caravan.
I've just got to sort my own with the van.
Yeah.
Won't be a problem.
Mm.
I'll probably do that through Blind Veterans, actually. So, because I did speak to them.
Right.
Yeah, they've got the contacts.
Yeah.
They've got more contacts than you'd possibly think about. So I'll probably do that through Blind Veterans. Speak to them. You know, I've got to do a little bit of a move, and they'll sort it out for me.
Yeah.
And I'll get caravan sorted over the next couple of weeks, and then bye-bye. See you later. Yes, I did enjoy the last 10 years. Yes, I don't want to move away from the coast, but it's not.
Well, just take a walk down Maidstone, you'll be all right. That's near. Just take a walk down Maidstone where the boat is. Yeah, you'll be all right there because that's on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just living down the caravans. It's just not viable with my eyesight. It's not viable. It's getting down and getting back. It's not viable. It's not viable anymore. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Because I lived it down there. I had some really good. Well, that's a good times. Had a few bad times, but that's a good time.
Yeah, I know.
But I just miss having the beach 5 minutes down the road. There's the beach.
Mm.
Tied out. Go beach combing. Go bait digging. Fishing. All that normal stuff you do. But don't worry. That's life. You crack on. I like to learn to crack on.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. What time do you want to head off?
I don't know. What's time now?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock already? Fuck, 11 o'clock already?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And I thought I've got to get up at 7 for Pevensey Bay, so.
Yeah, you'll have to let me know tomorrow what it's like down there, because I remember Pevensey Bay, and it's bloody beautiful little place.
Mm.
Used to be absolute stunning place, Pevensey Bay.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning down there.
So.
Yeah, it used to be lovely down there.
Yeah.
Used to have all the beachfront fish and chip shops, little cafes, and then you had the bay itself, big sandy bay, and big thing called the sea.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's lovely. Pevensey Bay. It's all down the south coast. I'll tell you, there's another thing I miss is going down the south coast on a Sunday drive.
Mm.
Oh, we'll be back.
Yeah. Same here.
Oh.
Yeah.
On a Sunday drive.
On that seat, aren't you? Yeah.
Huh?
You're sitting on your mum's seat, aren't you? So.
I've got a cushion, yeah. All I've got is, I've got my cardigan behind me.
Oh, right.
Cold enough for that. No, it's just, I think when I went out for a walk today, I pushed it a bit hard.
Oh, right.
No, I made myself walk today.
Yeah.
Pushed it a bit hard. It's just got this little bit of a niggle in my lower back. Just feel it, just to left hand side of my lower back. Just adjacent to my spine.
Yeah.
Where your hip meets like your base of your where it all joins. I'm no YouTube doctor, but where it all joins up.
Yeah.
Where it all joins up there. Just feel it. Huh?
I'll go and get Nathan, he'll tell you.
Yeah, go and get a YouTube doctor. Get a YouTube doctor who's been smoking green all day.
Yeah.
That's just I just pushed it out. I just pushed it out. I probably walked too hard, but it's all right. I've been there for 2 days. I just reclused myself 2 days. Just didn't want to go out. Didn't want to leave the house. Couldn't be bothered to leave the house. I didn't. But today I wanted to leave the house and get out. I did. Probably pushed it a little bit too hard, but done that. Get over it. Done it. Got back indoors. Felt good for doing it.
Do you want to look in? Or
Yeah, go in.
you want to head off now? Or
Yeah, go on, head off. Well, looking for an hour if you want.
anyone want to come in for looking? Have we got the link? Oh, the link's pinned anyway, isn't it? So I'll just put it out there. We're gonna head off now, guys. If anyone wants to have a look in.
Yeah.
Couple of minutes.
Take care of everyone. Have a good. What's tomorrow? Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Bloody Wednesday already, middle of the week. Jesus Christ.
All right, take care, all guys.
Yeah, look after yourselves. Have a good day. Take care. Stay. And the main thing, stay safe.
Yeah.
Don't do anything stupid like me.